Mist currently has a 3-game win streak in his most recent sets. It's really creating a contrasting vibe against Lancer, who is fighting through a 4-game skid. It'll be interesting to see if that gap in confidence holds up as they settle in. Lancer's really heating up, moving ahead 2-1. The head-to-head history usually favors the man in the lead right now. He is just relentless right now, taking full control of the server. Mist answers back quickly, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. That confidence is likely coming from those dominant recent meetings. Mist is putting on a serious clinic here, managing to shut Lancer down even from that wine position. His recent history against this opponent has been incredibly lopsided. Lancer claims a thin 4-3 lead heading into this one. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get things back on track. Absolute deadlock now with both players sitting on 4. They're practically twins when you look at their time records here. Lancer is really putting up a fight today, showing he can hold his own in these fast-paced exchanges. 5 all, and we're heading for an absolute nail-biter. Lancer had the upper hand in their overall history, but that's changing. Mist edges ahead, clutching a narrow 6-5 lead. The momentum really shifts back to the favorite now. We've got a dead heat at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly how we expected a matchup between these two to go. Lancer is shaking off that recent slump and playing some really smart defense. Time to see who blinks first. Mist regains a 1-round cushion as we hit 13. A tough run of results lately for Lancer, trying to steady the ship. Mist has really shaken off the historical disadvantage by winning 3 of their last 5 meetings, and honestly, he's looked way more composed in these high-pressure frames. If Lancer can't find an answer for this specific aggression, the gap will only widen. Lancer claws back to 8-8, leveling the field. He's absolutely punishing the server right now. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, extending his run to 3 straight. Just a hair of health left on that last one. A very tidy response from Mist, putting things back on even ground. Lancer has looked quite shaky overall today with a 15-21 record. Mist pulls ahead by 1, taking a 10-9 lead. A lightning fast reaction here, and the momentum is firmly back with Mist. He is simply untouchable right now, moving to within 1 round of victory. What a finish! He survives a chaotic scrap to close out the series and secure the victory. He's just completely dominated the head-to-head lately. Lancer put up a fight, but he couldn't stop that run. Havoc owns the head-to-head record here, winning over 70% of their total encounters. He's clearly the historical favorite, and it looks like he's continuing that dominance today. Lancer is going to have to find a way to disrupt this momentum. Havoc pushes a 2-1 lead as Lancer struggles. He's really making a case for that rank 14 spot. Lancer is completely refusing to go away, shutting down Havoc's attempt to hold that Tetris spot. Lancer is fighting through a rough stretch in his last 10 games. Havoc edges ahead, holding a narrow 3-2 lead. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that 5-game skid lately. Lancer is really keeping this one tight, refusing to let Havoc pull away early. A nice reset for the underdog after those tough losses to Mist. Lancer takes control now, moving ahead 4-3. He's playing much better than his 20% recent form suggests. Havoc really took advantage of that Tetris angle to get back into a tie. Havoc is on a roll now, taking the lead as he really seems to have the upper hand today. Lancer is really struggling to find a way to push back. The momentum completely shifts back as Havoc earns a 3rd straight victory. Looking like a replay of their last meeting on Orange. Absolute speed from the favorite as he extends the gap to 7-4. The higher rated man is just too sharp tonight. Havoc enters the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected the match to go. He's simply outclassing his opponent with a strong 5-round streak to close the half. Time to see if Lancer rebounds. Havoc is currently putting up an 80% success rate in his last 10 games. It's making it incredibly difficult for Lancer to build any sort of rhythm. It's starting to look like the result we're seeing here is just a reflection of their recent form. He's completely in control now, stringing together another win to tighten his grip on this series. His rank 27 standing isn't helping him tonight. He just needs one more victory to end this. A totally clean round for Havoc. Lancer simply cannot find an answer for this style of play. Unbelievable speed to finish this off. He seals the deal with a flawless final round. He just completely took over the server. Looking way too fast for Lancer to keep up with today. Havoc has won 68% of their total head-to-head encounters, which is a massive gap in experience between these two. But Mist is coming in with a recent win over him in their last direct meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can regain his dominance here. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on, finding a nice spot on the ramp to take control here. He just can't find an answer for that pace right now. And the lead grows to 3-1. A sharp reaction from Mist to get this one back. And just like that, Mist has completely flipped the script and taken full control of the map. The higher rated player is looking a bit shaken up now. Both players were fighting for the same space on the ramp, but Havoc manages to come out on top. He's looking sharp coming off that clinical 13-4 win over Lancer. Havoc is currently putting up an incredible 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. It looks like that confidence is translating into some very clean movement right now. It is becoming difficult for Mist to find a way back into this set. Mist is refusing to back down, stepping up again to narrow this gap. A quick reset after that last high-tension exchange. Unreal. Both players fought for the high ground and he barely scrapes through this one with a sliver of health. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we expected the favorite to start strong and he's definitely delivering. Mist will have to find a more consistent way to trade rounds if he wants to close this gap. Time for Mist to step up. Havoc is just completely outclassing him right now, punishing that poor positioning on the boxes. His experience with this map is really starting to surface. Havoc's just running away with this, sitting at 10. He's really asserting that higher rank on the ladder today. Havoc is really cruising now with a 10-5 lead. Just a flash of brilliance to keep this contest alive. Havoc is just too efficient right now, getting that quick pick from the ramp to keep the momentum going. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. It's basically a coin flip on who sees who first. Havoc barely broke a sweat as he shot him down on the ramp, putting himself one step away from victory. Mist simply hasn't found a way to stay consistent in this set. Absolute perfection from Havoc to secure the final kill from the ramp and close out the series. He just completely neutralized everything. Mist tried to bring to the table today a really commanding way to shut the door. Lancer has managed to win over half of their historical encounters together. But it's worth noting that he's currently on a 6-game losing streak. We have to see if he can shake that off early in this set. We've got a deadlock here. Mist and Lancer tied. Coming off a tougher day than his opponent. Mist is putting on some serious pressure, taking that fight right up the ramp to keep the lead. Mist is cruising now, firmly ahead, 3-1. Lancer's really struggling to maintain a lead today. He's simply untouchable right now, putting together a commanding 3-round burst. His recent form has been a real struggle to shake. He's just completely taking over this map, extending his lead to 5 rounds. He's showing that lower ranked player, he's not even in the same bracket. Total blowout as the streak reaches 5 and the gap just keeps widening. He's definitely carrying that momentum from their previous head-to-heads today. Lancer finally draws some blood, taking the round with a quick shot. He's fighting a tough climb after that earlier 13-9 defeat. The 18-18 record Mist has put up today suggests a real volatility in his game. Well, he's certainly finding the consistency he needs in this specific set. Lancer really needs to find a way to disrupt that flow. Mist is just steamrolling, extending that lead to 8-3. The higher seeded player is really asserting his authority here. Mist heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Lancer is simply not reacting well to this server. He's really letting his poor recent form leak into this map, leaving him in a deep hole for the second half. Time to see if Lancer bounces back. What a scrap! He barely scrapes through that engagement to move to 9-4. Lancer is really in the depths of a rough patch today. Mist hits double digits, firmly controlling this match. This looks like a repeat of their most recent encounter. Mist is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-5. A sharp reaction there to keep things interesting. Mist is just taking over here. We are looking at a very one-sided affair at this point. Lancer's a bit of a struggle right now, barely picking up 14 wins today. Lancer has a way of hanging around, showing he can still bite back even when the score looks grim. Absolutely wild. He manages to survive that chaotic exchange by the skin of his teeth. He is refusing to go down without a fight. Completely effortless victory there, leaving him just a single round shy of the win. And that's it. Mist shuts the door on this match with a decisive finish. Lancer just can't find an answer for him right now, making that another tough defeat in a really rough stretch of games. Havoc is absolutely dominating the historical matchup with a 71% win rate over Lancer. It's clear that this psychological edge is carrying over into today's series. Lancer really needs to find a way to shake this trend if he wants to stand a chance. Havoc holds a commanding 2-1 lead right now. A quick response after that difficult series of games recently. Lancer is really struggling to find any footing here, while Havoc looks completely comfortable in the lead. Havoc is just cruising along with a huge 4-1 cushion. He's on fire now. That makes 3 straight for the leader. He's been in devastating form during his last few outings today. That's an incredible surge of power, making it 4 straight for the leader. Lancer finally gets a hold of him, knocking the leader off the box to stop that run. He's fighting uphill after those rough losses in his previous games. Havoc is coming into this series on a massive tier with a 90% win rate in his last 10 outings. It's interesting to see Lancer actually managing to trade blows with him after that heavy run. This is a huge fight for the underdog to keep his head in the match. Havoc holds the high ground with another kill from the box before the players head into the break. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's pretty much what we expected given how both players have been playing lately. Lancer has put up some resistance, but Havoc is still firmly in the driver's seat. Let's see if Lancer finds his groove. He's staying in this fight, clawing his way back into the series. This is exactly the kind of resilience we've seen from him all day. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit and we are dead even at 7 apiece. The script for this series has completely flipped. Havoc pulls ahead again to reclaim the narrow lead. Havoc puts a bit more distance between them at 9-7. He's clearly the stronger one on the ladder today. A quick reaction from Havoc to clear the box and keep this momentum moving forward. That high ground battle really highlights the gap between these two ranks. What a fight. Lancer barely scrapes by with a sliver of health to keep his comeback alive. Absolute nerves of steel to pull out a win with that little health. He's simply not going away, continuing this push to narrow the gap. The underdog is refusing to fall tonight. Havoc is really starting to tighten the screws as we approach the finish line. Lancer is just too stubborn to quit, keeping his hopes alive with a pristine finish. Lancer has certainly outlasted most of the other challengers tonight. He's locked in now, squaring the matchup at 11, all with a perfect read. Everything about this match has shifted since the opening rounds. A sharp burst of fire puts him back on top, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. What a shot! Lancer levels the series and forces a total reset with that clean finish. Absolute chaos now that the favorites have lost control. Lancer is just barely clinging to life here, but he's proving that he can still trade rounds with the higher seed. The gap in their overall ratings is really starting to show here. Havoc is putting on a serious clinic here, really making Lancer work for every single point. His recent struggles in the server are starting to catch up. Lancer is simply refusing to break, taking this one with a perfectly clean shot. The momentum is completely gone for the favorite now. Gritty exchange ends with Havoc reclaiming the advantage, putting him just one step from the finish. Absolutely breathless finish. Havoc closes out the series with a complete shutout to seal the win. He really pushed his luck to the limit on Dunes, but that's just how it goes. He'll be gutted to let that one slip away. What a fight. Havoc is really dominant in the long-term history here, winning a huge percentage of their head-to-head meetings. And while he's coming in as the favorite today, he'll need to settle in quickly to overcome this slow start. Simply too fast. And he's now taken a commanding early lead. Unreal. He's just completely untouchable right now. Cruising to a 4-round shutout. Total contrast to their last meeting on Redline. A quick response from Havoc to put a mark on the board. He's certainly bringing a lot of confidence after those recent wins. Mist is absolutely cooking, holding a huge 5-1 lead. He's really feeling the pressure as the number 13 seed. Havoc has been on a tear lately, boasting a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. So yeah, it's starting to feel like he's finally shaking off the early nerves and finding his footing in this series. He's showing a lot of heart now, putting together a nice pair of rounds to cut into that lead. Definitely looks like the higher seeded player is closing the gap. Mist still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion here. He's clearly not letting that earlier loss on Redline get in his head. A total shutdown of that duel, keeping the pressure high as he claws back into this. Mist still keeps a healthy 3-round buffer over Havoc. Hard to ignore the gap in the rankings right now. It's 7-5 in favor of Mist going into the break. I mean, the underdog is putting up a huge fight right now. He's playing way above his usual rank to keep the favorite on the defensive. Fresh start for both here. A fierce exchange here, but the veteran grit pays off as he keeps his composure to take the round. He is really starting to look like the more dangerous man now. Mist extends the lead to 8-6 with a clutch play. He's really playing like a man with nothing to lose. Mist just widened the gap to 9-6. He's certainly not playing his usual role as the dominant one today. A completely pristine play there to keep this comeback attempt alive. He just barely managed to hold the momentum shift. He refuses to fold, managing to secure another victory to keep the pressure mounting. The favorite is finally starting to push back in this set. Absolute madness. He's completely erased the deficit, and we are all squared up at 9 apiece. An unbelievable run of form to tie this thing up. A quick reaction from Mist to reclaim the lead. Coming off a tough loss in their last outing on Redline. Mist is really putting on a clinic right now, refusing to let Avoc get back into this one. That's 3 straight for Mist, and he's now just 1 step away from victory. Huge show of grit from the favorite to stall the finish and keep this fight alive. He's showing incredible resolve right now, keeping his hopes alive with another victory. Just a complete reversal of the momentum here. What a finish. He survives an absolute war of attrition to close out the series. He really dug deep and managed to flip the script on the historical trend here. Just a stellar performance. What a fight. Lancer strikes first here, catching Mist completely off guard on the ramp. Lancer is looking incredibly sharp early on, showing some surprising speed in these first couple of exchanges. Mist holds a slight historical edge on this particular map, and it's a contrast to Lancer's rough run of form lately. It feels like he's just starting to find his footing against a tough opponent. Lancer is cruising right now with a 3-1 lead. Really unexpected momentum given his last few series results. Both players decided to fight for the same ramp, and Mist just came out on top. He's certainly looking for a repeat of that 13-7 victory from their last clash. Deadlock at 3 apiece. Things just got interesting. He's really struggling to hold his ground today. And he keeps moving forward, taking the Ala ramp for another flawless round. His recent form has been worrying, with 8 straight losses in his last 10. A lightning fast reaction from Lancer to even things up at 4-all. Mist is really starting to push the pace now, taking control of the server. We're completely tied up now. Mist and Lancer are neck and neck. Hard to imagine the disparity in their recent win percentages right now. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 as we enter round 11. He is certainly fighting the good fight against the odds today. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, Lancer is playing out of his skin right now to keep this tie. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses and refusing to let Mist take an early lead. Switching sides, let's see who blinks first. Unbelievable, Lancer barely scrapes through that fight, hanging on by a thread after a wild exchange. He is refusing to just fold here. Mist is just too sharp right now, clearing Lancer off that ramp in an instant. Both of these players are essentially fighting for their lives today. Mist manages to edge ahead by a single round. He's really struggling to find any stability today. Neither side will budge. We're locked in at 8 apiece. An incredibly stubborn effort from him today. This is becoming a game of trade-offs, as neither player can really put the other away for long. Looking for a way to tilt the long-term rivalry in his favor. Mist is currently in the middle of a 19-17 day, and it shows in how he's closing this out. He has a much stronger grasp on his matches right now than Lancer does. He's looking to truly cement his recent dominance in this head-to-head rivalry. Lancer catches a clean shot from the window to stay within striking distance. A solid recovery to keep the pressure on. An effortless strike from Mist, bringing him to the precipice of victory. That was a surgical exchange to put the pressure right back on. Lancer wins that battle on the ramp, digging deep to stay alive in this game. A gutsy display from the man entering this as the underdog. What a finish. Mist seals the deal right there to claim the series. Lancer really threw everything he had at him to keep this close. He just couldn't find that final push. What a fight. Havoc holds a massive lifetime edge here with a 71% win rate against Lancer. It's a historically one-sided rivalry, so yeah, Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle if he wants to flip the script today. Lancer is hanging in there, trailing just 2-1. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of that recent cold streak. The pace of this game is just blistering. Havoc is absolutely flying through these early rounds. He's simply too fast right now, extending his lead while keeping his health completely intact. Unbelievable grit from Lancer, barely surviving a brutal firefight to knock Havoc off the Tetris. That was a nail-biter, just a sliver of health left. A chaotic exchange where both players were shredded, but Lancer manages to hold on for another win. This is a complete reversal from the usual outcome for these two. Havoc has been in a strong groove today, putting up a 21-13 record over the last day. That momentum is definitely carrying over, as he seems completely unbothered by Lancer's attempt to claw back into this. Lancer is showing some real tenacity here, shutting that door completely. He's definitely proving the pre-match favorites are wrong right now. Another clean takedown as Lancer picks him off the Tetris, continuing this impressive charge. Lancer is just completely locking down this side of the match. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Honestly, it's surprising to see this so close, given Havoc's usual 71% win rate in this matchup. Lancer is stepping up and refusing to back down as we switch sides. Fresh start for both. Havoc pulls ahead again, taking a slim 7-6 lead. The raw skill gap between these two is starting to show. Havoc's back in control with a 2-round cushion. A perfectly timed shot from Lancer to keep this series tight. That puts him right on the heels of his opponent. He's simply not going away, leveling the score and putting the pressure back on Havoc. Lancer is completely disregarding the script today. The charge continues as he takes another round to firmly establish the lead. He's taking full advantage of this server speed right now. Havoc answers back immediately to bring things level at 9-9. This is a huge fighting chance for the lower rated competitor. Havoc regains the lead, edging ahead 10-9. It's starting to feel like a repeat of their last encounter. Incredible. Lancer barely escapes that bloodbath with a sliver of health to tie things up at 10-10. That was another terrifyingly close call for him. Havoc just takes a narrow lead, keeping the pressure high as he pushes for the closeout. He's certainly playing like a guy with the higher rank right now. Lancer completely denies that high ground advantage, dropping Havoc from heaven to tie this series up. Lancer just neutralized that vertical angle perfectly. He puts himself back in the driver's seat, just one step away from closing the map. Absolute chaos in the arena, but Lancer clutched it out with just a handful of health left to force overtime. Lancer is just refusing to stay down. He's effectively shut down that rally, stepping up once again to take control of the overtime clash. He's fighting his way back toward a positive head-to-head record. We are back to a dead square here with neither side able to break away. coming off that grueling 13-16 loss in their last meeting. Lancer is digging deep, winning a tough scrap to pull ahead by 1. That was a much more comfortable finish for him. Havoc manages to take him down from the boost, keeping this absolute deadlock going. Lancer has been struggling with a heavy set of losses today. Havoc shuts down the attempt at a rally, putting himself on the verge of victory. A really efficient way to secure that lead. What a way to seize the momentum. Lancer keeps the pressure mounting, leaving him at 15-15. Absolute deadlock as they enter the final stretch of this series. Lancer holds the narrow edge as we head into 31. A dead hit at 16 all, total madness. Lancer's just one step ahead, now at 17-16. Lancer is just refusing to let this slip away. Both Titans are locked in a ferocious 17-all stalemate. He is certainly playing like his rank 13 status today. Havoc finally breaks the tie and grabs the lead. A serious test of his composure after that rough stretch against Spectre. Unbelievable. Lancer forced another tie at 18-18. Lancer just refused to let that lead slip. Neither one of them is giving an inch tonight. Lancer edges forward again, holding a slim 19-18 lead. And we are back to a flat 19-all deadlock. Havoc finally claws back to a 2019 advantage. Lancer has had a tough day with those 13 wins and 23 losses. Havoc is firmly in command with a 21-19 late. That's a clean triple strike to secure the gap. Havoc barely holds a lead, sitting one up at 21-20. A huge momentum swing right when the pressure was peaking. Lancer has fought back to a complete standstill at 21 all. Absolutely breathless sequence to force this tie. Havoc claims the lead again, pushing the score to 22-21. Havoc pulls further away now, commanding a 23-21 lead. A rough patch lately, as his last 10 matches have been brutal. Lancer narrows it down to just a single point. Really tight trading as we head back into the fray. Lancer strikes back, locking this battle at 23 apiece. The pressure is absolutely peaking with neither player giving an inch. Havoc surges forward again, moving ahead 24-23. Lancer is fighting a war of attrition after a tough day of matches. Havoc just built a 2-point cushion over Lancer. He just barely manages to keep the door shut in that overtime thriller. Lancer threw everything at him, but it's just not his day. What a fight. Havoc takes an early lead by playing a great angle from the ramp. Havoc holds a massive lead in their history with 356 total wins against Mist. Well, it's worth remembering that Mist actually took their most recent duel. This early momentum could be a sign that the tide is finally turning. Both players were fighting for the same ground there, but Havoc simply had the quicker reaction. The higher rated player is comfortably in control right now. Havoc's just dominating this series at a 4-1 score. The number 13 on the ladder is looking very sharp today. He's completely in control, picking up another round without taking a single point of damage. A closer fight this time, but Mist manages to come out on top. He's been keeping his form tight, posting a 70% flip lately. Havoc has been remarkably consistent today with a 21-13 record in the last day. That level of confidence is probably why he's managing to shut down Mist's attempts at a comeback. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out before the half. Havoc puts a stop to that surge, catching Mist right off the box to extend his lead. He is simply too fast right now, continuing a terrifying stretch as we approach the break. Havoc enters the break with a commanding 10-2 lead. Right, everything we expected to see here is happening. His 68% lifetime head-to-head win rate is showing, and Mist is struggling to find any answers. Let's see if Mist can wake up. Havoc is putting on a clinic right now, making the distance between these two look like a mountain. Mist has been playing a lot of high-level games today. Mist is starting to push back, picking Havoc right off the ramp to keep this game alive. He's definitely proving he can compete today. Mist is starting to put some real pressure on Havoc, stringing together another pair of quick rounds. Completely clean sweep for the trailing player who refuses to let up. It's a complete reversal from the earlier match today. He's just not letting up. Securing another one to keep this heat streak alive. Havoc puts an end to that run, putting himself just one step away from victory. Another huge response from Mist, refusing to go down quietly. A tough spot for anyone trying to climb the ladder today. He finds a crisp shot and knocks him right off the ramp. It's a massive shift in energy from how things started. He's on fire right now, taking his third straight round to keep the pressure on. This kind of resilience is exactly why he's a top 50 player. And there it is. Havoc closes the door with a perfect final shot to take the victory. Mist really fought back from the brink there, but he just couldn't find that final breakthrough. He had to work for that. Havoc has historically crushed this matchup with a dominant 68% win rate, and the momentum from their most recent head-to-head clash seems to be carrying over into this set. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to flip the script today. Mist just manages to put him down from the Tetris, keeping this game tight. He has looked quite sharp across his last few matches. We are all tied up at 2 apiece now. The higher rated man is suddenly under a lot of pressure here. Havoc takes a thin 3-2 lead into this final stretch. He's looking very comfortable after that 21-11 day. Mist is starting to slide here, and these last 2 rounds have vanished in a flash. His current form is just on another level right now. Absolutely untouchable right now. That is 3 straight for the favorite. His 21-11 record from earlier today is showing. He just won't let up. Another effortless take brings him to 6. The lower ranked man is just getting steamrolled right now. Havoc is simply not letting up, securing 5 straight to push his lead to 7. A huge mountain to climb now for the 21st ranked player. Havoc secures another win from the Tetris, keeping his momentum firmly in check. Grueling battle that almost went the other way, but he manages to secure 7th in a row. Havoc heads into the break with a commanding 10-2 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. Mist needs to make some serious adjustments if he wants to avoid a quick defeat. Let's see a new phase of this battle. It's just an uphill battle from here for Mist. He's effectively fighting for a miracle now. He's proving to be too much for the 21st seed today. That was an incredibly fast exchange, and Mist is showing he can still bite back when it counts. Lightning fast reflex shot puts Havoc just 1 round away from closing this out. And there it is, he finishes the job perfectly to seal the series. A total shutdown from the top seed today. He was just way too fast for Mist on the arena. Mist comes out swinging with a quick reaction to catch Lancer right there on the ramp. Lancer is actually the one with the historic edge, holding a 52% win rate in their head-to-head encounters. It's a really interesting contrast, since Mist entered this particular match as the favorite. I wonder if that long-term history will start to weigh on him today. We've hit a total deadlock with things tied at 2 apiece. A real battle for dominance between two very similar win rates. Lancer is starting to seize control here, putting a nice bit of pressure on the board. Lancer keeps his momentum going, claiming another victory from the ramp. Lancer is playing far above his usual form in the last 10. He just completely takes over, picking his opponent right off the ramp for another straight win. This is a complete turnaround from his usual form recently. Lancer's streak reaches 5C. He's absolutely tearing through the competition right now. Finally, a response from Mist to break that heavy run. Lancer has really struggled lately, sporting just a 10% win rate in his last 10. Lancer is just outclassing him right now, putting a really firm grip on this series. He's definitely ignoring that poor record from earlier today. Emotion Mid Lancer is showing a significant turnaround from his rough 11-23 record over the last day. It's a complete flip of expectations, considering Mist is higher up on the ladder. He's really putting himself in a position to close this out. Quickly Emotion Mid. Lancer takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, Mist had the higher ranking, but he's just been completely outplayed. He needs a huge shift in energy if he wants to climb back from this hole. Mist clawed back one, but Lancer still leads 9-4. His recent 70% win rate in the last 10 shows he's still a threat. Lancer is practically cruising with a 10-4 lead. A tough spot for Mist, especially as the higher ranked player here. Mist is trading blows with him now, refusing to let Lancer just coast to a victory. Lancer is just a hair away from closing this out. The mountain is simply too steep for Mist to climb now. A rough day for the number 23 rated player. Mist is finally finding a way to punish those aggressive pushes from the ramp. That was a remarkably fast trade to keep things interesting. Mist is finally chipping away at that lead, making things look a lot closer now. Absolutely effortless. He's completely rewritten the script and now has 3 straight. He's simply on fire right now, extending his run to 4 straight. He's completely shifted the energy from how this series started. Unbelievable! He barely clings to life with just 9 HP, but manages to secure his 5th straight win. Absolutely ice in his veins to keep this run alive. Lancer shuts that down immediately and puts himself on the verge of victory. It's a stark contrast to the way he's been playing today. And there it is. Lancer triumphs in a frantic exchange to secure the whole series. Lancer just completely defied the odds here, proving he's still the one to beat when it comes to this specific rivalry. Hard-fought win. Havoc has been a complete nightmare for Lancer historically, winning over 70% of their meetings. It's no surprise we're seeing that edge translate into a fast start today. Let's see if Lancer can actually shake that psychological weight. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. Havoc is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. A huge gap in their ratings is starting to show. He's just too fast today, strolling into a 3-round streak. The gap between these two is really starting to feel substantial. And again, he's just completely dismantled the defense, putting 4 more in the books. The higher seed is really asserting himself right now. Unreal, he barely survived that shootout to keep his streak alive. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. Lancer finally manages to put 1 in the book. Lancer is definitely feeling a bit of confidence coming off those 2 wins against Mist. Havoc has a 22-11 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum right now. He's purely outclassing Lancer in every exchange today. If this pace continues, this could turn into a total rout. What a fight. He somehow manages to pull through that trade, putting himself back on top. The disparity between them on the ladder is becoming obvious. Havoc is cruising toward a blowout at 8-3. He's certainly fighting the good fight despite being outranked. Havoc takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. This is exactly what we expected to see given the skill gap. He looks far too comfortable with the lead right now. Lancer needs to wake up now. Lancer claws back, but Havoc still holds a 3-round cushion. Lancer is putting up a serious fight right now. Lancer is really playing like he's found a way to trade blows. He is refusing to go away, shutting this one down completely to stay in the fight. Shattering that momentum completely for the favorite. A flawless piece of aiming there to keep this surge going. Lancer is completely changing the energy of this duo. Lancer is on absolute fire, bringing the series back to a deadlock. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this one. Lancer is on a tear now, taking full control of the map with a 5th straight win. The momentum has completely shifted toward the lower seed. Lancer is simply outplaying him right now, extending a massive run to 6 consecutive rounds. Pressure is mounting for the higher seeded side. He is absolutely refusing to budge, surviving a wild scrap with just 14 health to keep this streak rolling. A huge response from Havoc to put a stop to that momentum and keep his hopes alive. Lancer is just relentless right now, delivering a total shutdown to move within striking distance. Havoc digs deep to secure another round, showing some serious grit in this push to survive. Huge play here as Havoc refuses to crack, keeping his comeback hopes very much alive. This has everything the hallmarks of a classic clash. He's simply too fast right now, locking in the triple and forcing this battle into overtime. What a statement. Lancer secures a perfect round to put the pressure back on his opponent. The higher ranked player is now fighting an uphill battle. What a response. He digs in and forces the deadlock at 13-13. Neither side is giving an inch in this dead heat. Lancer survives a chaotic trade to pull ahead, proving he can hang with the best in these high pressure moments. What a response. He keeps his composure to level the score at 14-14. The higher rated player is finally finding some consistency in this overtime. Lancer is just an absolute wall right now, easily picking him off the ramp to secure match point. Lancer fights through the fire and secures the win, finishing the incredible turnaround to finally break through that head-to-head curse in a game that went deep into overtime. It just shows how much grit he had today. A massive result for the underdog. He really earned that one. What a scramble. Mist barely survives a chaotic exchange to take the lead early. Havoc has an incredible edge in their history, winning 68% of their meetings. You know, looking at their previous matches, Havoc has consistently outclassed Mist. It will be interesting to see if the tide turns this time. He's simply too fast right now, putting up a huge wall against his opponent. The higher rated man is really putting on a clinic right now. He's just completely unstoppable, taking another round without losing a single point of health. Things look a lot like that recent 13-3 blowout. Absolutely zero resistance there as the streak hits 5. A sharp reflex play from Mist to finally break that momentum. He's refusing to go down, securing another clean round to keep the pressure mounting. He's completely flipped the script, taking control with 3 straight wins to narrow the gap. The underdog is truly finding his footing in this set. Unbelievable. He's just erased the lead entirely to tie it up at 5-5. Havoc recovers his footing to regain the lead as we head into the break. He certainly looks like the higher rated player in this set. We've got a 7-5 lead for Havoc going into the break. Honestly, this is playing out just as we expected. He's outperforming his opponent though. Mist is fighting hard to stay in this. Let's see if Mist can pivot. Havoc enters this stretch with a very strong daily record of 22-10. It's clearly a stark contrast to Mist, who has been struggling to keep his head above water today. He's putting that confidence into every single duel right now. Havoc pulls further ahead, now leading by 3. The higher seed continues to push his advantage. He's showing some serious grit, refusing to let Havoc put this game away. He's showing us that he can definitely hang with the top seeds. He's just in a different gear right now, shutting things down completely to tighten this series. Havoc still holds a 2-round cushion over Mist. The number 13 rated man is making his presence felt again. What an absolute slugfest. He manages to scrape through that exchange with his life. He looks completely comfortable at the top of the ladder. A lightning fast reflex shot gives him the edge, putting the series squarely in his hands. He's looking completely locked in on this final push. Sudden, sharp reaction as he keeps the dream alive with that fast shot. Unreal. Havoc closes it out with a perfect final sequence to claim the victory. Mist really put up a fight to keep it competitive, but he just couldn't stop that momentum in the closing moments. Mist looks sharp, getting that first point after taking control of the ramp. Lancer has a slight historical edge over Mist with 961 total head-to-head wins. It's clear that confidence is carrying over after he already beat Mist in their most recent series. We'll see if Mist can shut that down early. We're all squared up as Mist and Lancer reset. Lancer is definitely playing with a spark after that recent string of victories. Lancer really had the timing on that one, catching Mist just as he stepped onto the ramp. His current 3-game hot streak is starting to surface here. Lancer is simply not letting up, extending his lead with a dominant run of form. A rough start for the apparent favorite today. Unreal. Lancer clings to life with a sliver of health to keep his streak going. It's been a rough hour for the favorite following that loss to Havoc. Lancer is absolutely cruising, shutting him down from the ramp for another win. He's just completely shut him down, taking total control of this series. His recent run against Havoc clearly set a high bar for this matchup. What a fight. Lancer barely survives that exchange to keep his streak alive. Lancer is fighting through a bit of a slump in his last 10 appearances. Mist answers back quickly, putting a dent in that lead before they head into the break. Lancer heads into the switch with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, Mist was expected to have the upper hand today, but he's just been outclassed for most of the opening half. Time to see a response. Mist has a 51% win rate on this specific map, which usually suggests he'd be the stronger presence here. The reality is that Lancer has completely disregarded those odds today. It's becoming a real struggle for Mist to find any footing. Lancer is still firmly in the driver's seat, but Mist needs to string together a few more points to stay in this. The higher ranked player is finally starting to show some teeth. Whoa, what a scramble. He just barely clings to a narrow lead as he secures a massive fight from the ramp. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Lancer somehow walks away with his life to move within a single point of victory. Mist gets an effortless win here, keeping the dream alive for just one more round. That's another point for Mist, who is putting up a fierce fight to stay alive in this series. He's really digging deep to flip the script on this server. He's just not letting up, claiming a third straight win with a perfect reaction. Lancer shuts the door with an absolute blur of a shot to finish the series. He really put on a clinic today. It's just wild to see him consistently outplaying the higher seed on this server. What a start. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Havoc manages to scrape by with the first. Havoc really owns the history of this matchup with a 71% overall head-to-head success rate. And it's obvious he's bringing that long-term confidence into this series. He's playing like the better player right now, leaving Lancer with a lot of ground to make up. Lancer is fighting a steep uphill battle at 3-1. Lancer isn't looking as sharp as he did in his recent win over Mist. Havoc is just out-reacting him right now and using that elevation on the wine to really put the pressure on. Lancer puts up a fight here, shutting things down from the wine. The underdog finally seems to be finding some footing here. Havoc is just dominating this, sitting comfortably at 5-2. Lancer manages to punish that hide, cleaning out the opposition from the wine. He's showing some of that same grit we saw in his win over Mist. Havoc has an impressive 23 wins in the last 24 hours, and honestly, he's leaning into that momentum to dismantle a much lower ranked opponent. It's looking like a classic case of the higher seed asserting their authority. Havoc is really pulling away now, leading 7-4. He's definitely showing that he can trade blows with a top 15 player. Havoc takes the lead 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted so far. Lancer is holding his own, but the higher rated player is still firmly in the driver's seat. Lancer needs a strong start here. Lancer shows some real nerve here, taking his opponent off the wine. Lancer is suddenly looking very comfortable in these exchanges. Havoc still holds the edge at 8-6. Lancer has a slightly better track record on this specific layout. Unbelievable. Havoc survives by a thread after that brutal fight from the wine. That was a heart-stopping close call for the leader. Lancer barely scrapes through that disaster, surviving with almost nothing left in the tank. Lancer is refusing to go away quietly. He's truly digging in, clawing back further into this series. This shift in energy is a complete flip from the pre-match expectations. Lancer is completely taken over, squaring the series at 9 all. Everything is officially back to deadlock. He just can't be stopped. That's 4 straight for Lancer as he seizes a 1-round lead. The script has completely flipped on its head since we started. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another win and putting the pressure firmly back on Havoc. Havoc finally puts a stop to the run, narrowing the gap. Lancer's recent run against Mist certainly has him playing with a lot of poise. Havoc is on fire. Just cleaning him out from the wine to keep this tie alive. Both guys are looking for that definitive edge right now. Lancer is absolutely locked in, taking complete control to move within striking distance. A massive shift from how the lobby viewed this matchup initially. Absolute perfection there to force a tie. We are heading into a sudden death overtime. Havoc is cleaning up the board now, quickly picking Lancer off the wine to regain the advantage. His ranking as a top 15 player is definitely starting to show. Pure aggression from Havoc, securing another swift victory to extend his run. And he's back in it. Lancer barely breaks a sweat with that kill to keep this overtime fight alive. A clean shot to keep the dream alive. Havoc just stepped up and erased him instantly to move one step closer to the finish. That was an incredibly fast encounter. What a finish! Havoc closes the door with a perfect shot to claim the victory. He really had to dig deep to survive those low HP scraps in the end. Just an incredible effort from Lancer to push him that far. What a fight. Havoc has historically dominated this pairing, winning 69% of their head-to-head matches. He's certainly looking confident after taking that first round. It feels like he is continuing to push his edge over Mist right now. A total shutdown as he secures a third straight victory. He's just untouchable right now, walking away from another one-sided encounter. Mist finally answers back with a fast shot to break that momentum. Havoc is cruising along with a commanding 5-1 lead. Havoc has been on a tear today with 24 wins already. Havoc is carrying a huge amount of confidence right now, coming in with a strong 24-9 record over the last day. That momentum is clearly translating into this match. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find any way to slow him down. Mist is fighting an uphill battle, down 3-6. He's starting to put on some serious pressure now. Mist had a brief window of success, but Havoc is quickly regaining control of the pace. Havoc is just relentless, pushing his lead to 8-3. This is becoming a nightmare for the 25th seed. It's 8-4 for Havoc at the break. I mean, he's completely in control here. He's playing exactly to his higher rank and showing why he is the favorite in this match. Let's see if Mr. finds an answer. Havoc is just one step from closing this out at 9-4. The number 13 on the ladder is really flexing those muscles. Mist manages to narrow the gap to 5-9. He really needs to shake off those recent losses to stay in this. Havoc is just too consistent right now, quickly bouncing back after that one momentary lapse. He looks like he's in big form today. These last few rounds have flown by. The pace of the match is just incredibly fast right now. Mist is showing some grit here. He isn't going down without a fight. He's really fighting through a tough slump of recent matches. That was an effortless exchange, and now the favorite is just one round from victory. The skill gap is really starting to show. And there it is. Havoc shuts the door with a perfect final play. He's just cruising through the tournament and he looks completely untouchable on the dunes today. Lancer holds a slight advantage in their overall history together. It's interesting to see Mist start strong here, considering they just dropped a match to him earlier today. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going. That is an absolute stroll for Mist, completely dismantling the opposition to start the match. Lancer responds instantly, showing plenty of grit to get back on the board. He is staying composed and keeping the pressure high to close the gap. His early lead is quickly evaporating. Mist is firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. He's proving he can match the pace of a tough opponent. A precise read from the ramp helps Lancer keep his head in the game. He's showing why he's considered such a dangerous opponent. Mist has been struggling quite a bit lately, coming off an unfortunate 5-game losing streak in his last 10 matches. It makes this current lead even more impressive since he's clearly fighting through a slump. He's really fighting for a turnaround here. Mist looks dominant as he pulls ahead to 6-4. He's definitely finding a way to flip the script today. Lancer is starting to look really rattled. He cannot find a way to slow Mist down. Squeezing out another quick exchange to tighten the grip. Mist heads into the break with a strong 8-4 lead, and honestly, he's playing way above the expectations set by his recent poor form. He looks completely refreshed and is just outclassing Lancer right now. Lancer really needs this reset. Mist is just cruising along now at 9-4. This looks like a completely different series than their last encounter. Mist is simply relentless, pushing the lead to 10-4. Hard to believe it, given how the match against Lancer started. Lancer just managed to break that scary momentum and put a dent in the lead. A very tight gap in the ratings between these two. Mist is just too quick today, shutting things down from the ramp to put Lancer in a deep hole. The ladder positioning is almost identical for these two. Lancer is refusing to just give up here, fighting tooth and nail to stay in the game. He's really fighting for a spot in the top 20. He just completely blindsided his opponent, putting himself in position to close the map. He manages to snap that quick counter from the opponent. What a finish. He ends it with a lightning fast strike to secure the series. He's finally shaking off that bad run of form with a really convincing performance on Mappas. Havoc has clearly had Lancer's number over their long history, winning 71% of their lifetime matchups. It's a gap in confidence that seems to be widening given how strongly Havoc has started his day. We have to see if Lancer can actually find a way to respond. Just totally untouchable. He closes out another round without taking a single point of damage. Lancer is completely outclassed as he falls for the 4th time straight. He's certainly carrying the momentum from his recent 13-6 win over Mist. He's just too fast putting up a perfect 5-round start. Lancer is really struggling to keep up with the number 13 rated guy. Finally, a response from Lancer to break that opening surge. Havoc has been absolutely on fire over the last day, picking up 23 wins. It's clear he's bringing that same aggression into this server. Lancer is just fighting an uphill battle right now. Havoc is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 7-2. Lancer is essentially staring into a void right now, with a huge mountain to climb from here. Lancer's tough stretch continues after those losses to Mist earlier today. Havoc holds a crushing 8-3 lead heading into round 11. It's a tough day for the rank 28 player overall. Havoc takes a commanding 9-3 lead. Everything here matches the pre-match talk. Lancer is simply not putting up enough resistance to slow this guy down. Lancer needs a spark here. Havoc keeps the pressure on at 9-4. Lancer shows a flicker of life after that tough start. What a scramble! He somehow walks away with the win after a chaotic exchange. Barely a scratch left on him after that trade. That was lightning fast. Havoc is just playing a completely different speed than Lancer right now. He's managed to pick up a couple of rounds here and he's refusing to let this map go quietly. He closes that exchange quickly, moving just one round away from the victory. Exactly what we expected from the top seed in this matchup. A critical stop by Lancer to keep the dream alive. He's fighting through a lot of adversity right now. And that's it. Havoc finishes him off with a perfect shot to close the series. He's just playing on another level today, keeping this hot streak rolling right into the next pairing. Havoc really controls the head-to-head history here with a 69% win rate over Mist. It's clear he has the psychological edge in these pairings. The big question is if Mist can translate his recent momentum into a full series victory. Welcome everyone, we're on fast aim for a clash between Mist and Havoc. Havoc enters as the favorite here. Havoc recovers quickly and shuts down that ramp play to keep this game tight. He's been in top form recently with a 70% win rate. Havoc is really starting to build some momentum here, holding the planks to secure another quick win. He is certainly putting that rating advantage to good use. He's on fire right now, quickly picking him off the ramp to take a 3-round lead. His recent stretch of games has him looking very sharp. Mist answers back immediately to level the score. That was a lightning fast reset to bring us back to even. Havoc keeps the lead, putting Mist on the ropes. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after a strong 24-9 run today. Havoc is really starting to build some pressure here, controlling the tempo from that ramp position. Havoc stays in the driver's seat at 5-4. A little more breathing room for the 25th seed. Mist is simply refusing to back down, proving he can handle Havoc regardless of where the pressure comes from. Absolute precision here from Mist, taking a commanding lead as he heads into the break. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. While the underdog is legitimately threatening an upset here, he managed a 4-round streak to grab this lead, which we really didn't expect given the rankings gap. Time to see if Havoc responds. Mist holds a slim 1-round advantage now. The gap in their ladders is definitely starting to show. Havoc just won a high-speed mirror match on the ramp to reclaim the lead. This is a much closer fight than their previous encounter on Dunes. Mist edges ahead again, putting him up 8-7. A lightning-fast transition of power for a huge play. A great read by Havoc, taking the fight from the wine box to bring this series right back to a dead heat. Havoc claws back the lead to make it 9-8. Pure deadlock, Mist levels the playing field at 9-all. The ladder gap is essentially non-existent when it's a dead heat like this. Havoc manages to hold that ramp advantage, keeping the pressure firmly on Mist as we head into the final stretch. Havoc is really starting to pull away now. He's just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. He shuts down the comeback attempt from the ramp, putting himself 1 point away from victory. What a response. He keeps his composure to keep this series alive. He refuses to let the map slip away just yet. Mist is showing incredible grit, picking Havoc right off the wall to stay alive. His performance today really mirrors a strong 13-11 victory he had against Frost. Unbelievable. He seals it with a perfect shot from the planks to take the match. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he keeps his hold on this matchup. Mist just gave everything he had today. Hard-fought win. Lancer currently holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history with 962 total wins over Mist. It's interesting because Mist actually looked like the stronger player in their very last encounter. This early lead puts Lancer in a great position to flip the script today. He's just too fast right now, claiming a third straight round. The favorite is having a really rough start here. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, picking up a 4th consecutive point. His recent form shows he struggled a bit more lately. He's simply on a different level, securing his 5th point in a row. This is an incredible reversal from their previous encounter. Finally, a response from Mist, who cleans up this encounter with a sharp burst. He's showing that same precision he used in their previous set. Absolute chaos in this one, but he claws out another win in a total firefight. Lancer's recent struggle is starting to show through. Mist has a rocky start with a 14-19 record in the last day. He's already facing a bit of a mountain to climb here. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn things around and reclaim that confidence he had in their previous meeting. He's putting on some serious pressure now, continuing this run with a lightning fast kill. Lancer is comfortably ahead at 7-4. He's really bounced back after that tough series earlier. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. The slight favorite is struggling a bit and hasn't quite found a way to stop those streaks. We'll see if Mist can tighten up his game on the other side. Let's see who finds their rhythm. Lancer is extending his lead to 8-5 right now. Lancer really needs this momentum after those rough losses earlier today. What a fight. He nearly goes down but manages to scrape out another round for himself. That was a nail biter, seeing him survive with just 32 health. Unbelievable. He barely survives this absolute war of attrition to keep the comeback rolling. He's just refusing to go down, barely clinging to life there. Pure dominance here as he evens the score, refusing to let that early deficit define his game. He's simply on fire, taking a 4th straight round to pull ahead in this series. The slight favorite is completely taking over here. Lancer shuts things down quickly to bring the score back to a dead heat. Neither of these two has a clear advantage heading into the final stretch. Lancer just barely nudges ahead, holding a thin 10-9 lead. A tough stretch of results recently, but he's shaking it off here. What a scrap. He survives an absolute shootout to bring the series back to a dead even 10-all. A very tense way to head into the final stretch. Lancer is really trying to make a statement here, proving he can hold his own in this endgame. Grueling exchange, but he manages to secure another one to bring us dead, even at 11-11. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to close this out. Lancer digs deep in a fierce firefight to put himself just one round away from victory. He's really stepping up when the stakes are highest. An incredible showing of grit from Mist, and we are headed to overtime. Absolute perfection from Mist, who is simply refusing to let this lead slip away. The pressure is shifting heavily onto the trailing player now. He's simply unstoppable right now. taking his third straight map in this huge rally. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of this kid right now. He's simply in a different gear now, quickly securing his fourth straight point to move within striking distance. Lancer stands tall with a huge stand, stopping the momentum just as the pressure hits its peak. That's a huge breather for him in a tight spot. Unbelievable. He seals the deal with a perfect shot to close out the series. He really dug his teeth in during that overtime push to secure the win. Just an incredible amount of heart shown today. What a series. Havoc has been an absolute nightmare for Lancer in the past, owning 71% of their head-to-head meetings. The momentum is firmly with him right now as he's carrying an incredible streak into this series. It looks like the ratings gap is translating directly into results. Lancer just stepped up. He's clearly not intimidated by the history between these two. Havoc managed to secure that high ground, and it's proving to be a huge advantage for him. Lancer is fighting back hard, trailing by just one. He's been really dominant in their recent encounters. Havoc is just completely on fire, taking another round without giving away a single point of health. Unbelievable. Lancer barely clings to life there, clawing back to just one round down. It's a massive shift from that 13-6 stomp we saw earlier. Havoc is really putting his recent form on display, having gone 24-8 over the last day. I mean, that high level of consistency is exactly why he's leading the charge here. He just needs to maintain this pressure if he wants to close things out quickly. We're all square now with Havoc and Lancer tied up. Lancer is really shaking off those earlier losses. These two are trading rounds rapidly now, making it almost impossible to predict who'll take the lead. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead going into the break, and it feels like we're seeing exactly what the rankings predicted. Well, Lancer is keeping this competitive for now, but he's still struggling to keep up with the pace. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Havoc is pulling away, extending his cushion to 8-5. Lancer really needs to find a way to stabilize after a tough 11-23 day. Havoc is running wild now, pushing the lead to 9-5. Lancer is really struggling to find a foothold against the higher rated player. Tight exchange there, but he manages to come out on top for another win. He's really justifying that top 15 ranking today. A crisp response from Lancer to keep things interesting. It's a surprising sight given the gap between them on the ladder. Good lord, what a fight. Lancer survives by a hair after that absolute slugfest. Total chaos, neither of them could believe that one ended in his favor. Absolute insanity. He barely scrapes through that exchange with practically nothing left, keeping the momentum swinging his way. Wow, he's completely taken over this half. That is an incredible run of 4 straight rounds. What a scrap! Both players were practically depleted, but Havoc barely held on to secure the round. Lancer is showing some incredible grit, refusing to let this match slip away. Havoc answers back immediately, putting him just a single step away from the victory. Game over. Havoc shuts the door with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He really pushed the pace there, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. Hard-fought win. Mist has the slight advantage on this specific layout with a 51% win rate. Though he's historically struggled against this opponent, it would be interesting to see if he can maintain this early momentum against a higher rated player. Mist is really cooking now, leading 2-1. He enters this server with a dominant 25-8 record today. Havoc has completely flipped the script, shaking off that early deficit to tie things up. He's entering this clash with an 80% win rate over his last 10. He's simply untouchable right now, stacking up another win to take control of the match. A quick reaction from Mist brings the series level again. It's a total toss-up now, completely ignoring the rating gap. Mist pulls ahead again, putting the pressure on Havoc. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. Havoc holds his ground and secures that one from the wine, keeping this set wide open. The overall record here is heavily skewed in the favorite's favor. Havoc is really putting on the pressure now, putting 2 in a row on the board. He is absolutely cruising right now, taking that one with an incredibly sharp reflex. The momentum has completely shifted, with Havoc putting 4 straight on the board. Havoc holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break. He's just playing his game perfectly and looks every bit like the top-seeded player in this pairing. Mist needs to wake up fast. Havoc really owns this specific rivalry, winning nearly 70% of their head-to-head clashes. I mean, it's becoming an uphill battle for Mist to get any footing here. He's gonna have to find some serious resolve to put up a fight. Havoc is dominating the pace, sitting at a 10-5 lead. He's really asserting that higher rank with every single round. Havoc is just closing in on the finish line here, and he's clearly feeling the wind in his sails. He's simply playing like the top 12 seed right now. Mist is refusing to go down without a fight, fighting back to keep this match within reach. He survives a heavy exchange and puts himself just a single round away from victory. A really tight scramble there, but the favorite comes out on top. And there it is. Havoc seals the deal with a huge closing shot to finish the series. He looked completely in control today, especially after that huge run to wrap things up quickly. Lancer holds a slight edge in the historical head-to-head, winning over 51% of their lifetime matchups. But the roles have reversed lately since Mist took their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can regain that career dominance today. Lancer is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Tying things up with a lightning-fast reflex shot. Lancer is really putting the pressure on early. Mist needs to find a way to slow this momentum down. Lancer is just one step ahead at 3-2. Lancer is really fighting through a tough stretch of games lately. We are completely deadlocked at 3-0 now. Lancer is really fighting through a tough stretch of games today. Lancer is showing a lot of resilience by answering back immediately after that quick surge from Mist. The ranking advantage isn't doing much for Mist so far. And just like that, we're back to a draw. Lancer hasn't been able to find a win in a while today. Mist claws back into the lead at 5-4. He's really trying to snap that 5-game slide he's on right now. It's a total toss-up right now. Neither player is letting the other pull away for more than a moment. Lancer has been having a rough day at the office. Lancer is really on a roll, taking control of the map from the bottom while Mist was holding the ramp. The momentum is shifting completely. We go into the break tied at 6 apiece. It's a textbook mirror of the pre-match expectations. Lancer has stayed steady despite his current losing streak, and both players look completely equal right now. Fresh start for both of them. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Mist manages to scrape through the wreckage. He's fighting through a brutal scrap for that one. Lancer strikes back and we're back to a deadlock. He's fighting hard to bounce back from a tough series of losses today. Mist barely edges ahead, clinging to an 8-7 lead. Both players have been struggling against Havoc earlier today. These last few engagements have been decided by practically a frame. It's an absolute toss-up who wins the next one. Lancer regains the upper hand, moving ahead 9-8. Lancer is showing plenty of grit after that rough run against Havoc earlier. He's truly found a new gear, extending his lead with another clean win. Tough stretch to overcome given how he's played the last few hours. What a battle, he just barely survives that exchange to keep his streak alive. Lancer is proving to be a tough matchup today. He's staying calm under pressure and refuses to let this game slip away. That was an incredibly quick reset to stop the bleeding. He's putting on a clinic right now, shutting down that push to stay in the fight. He's really locking in on the defensive end now. Unbelievable, he just barely walked away from that mid grinder to pull the score level. He's truly dominating this final stretch to get the series level. Another clean takedown. Mist is completely on fire as he moves just one round away from victory. He's really justifying that pre-match favorite tag right now. What a finish. Mist closes out the map with an incredible comeback to secure the victory. He really dug deep for that victory. Lancer fought his heart out but just couldn't close the gap. He really earned this one. Havoc secures a clean start by catching Lancer right from the ramp. Havoc holds a massive historical lead in their head-to-head record. It's no surprise he's looking so confident right now given how he's played today. Lancer really needs to disrupt this momentum before he gets out of hand. Lancer fights back right there on the ramp to keep this game close. A needed response for the lower rated player here. Havoc is dominating the scoreboard with a commanding 3-1 lead. Lancer is just drowning as Havoc pulls ahead to 4-1. He's putting the burden of that ranking difference on full display. He simply outduels Lancer on the ramp, pushing his lead to 5-1. The struggle is real for the 29th seed right now. Havoc is just relentlessly chewing through this map, racking up 4 straight. The gap in their ladder ratings is looking like a canyon. A quick reaction here from Lancer to knock Havoc off the ramp. A huge confidence boost for the underdog here. Absolute chaos on the ramp, and Lancer barely clings to life to take this one. Unreal, he's surviving on a sliver of health. Lancer is totally on fire, now putting the pressure back on as he denies Havoc from the ramp. Lancer is refusing to let this slip away. He is absolutely rolling now, securing a perfect shot from the ramp to keep this streak alive. The tide has completely turned in this series. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, it's a total surprise to see Lancer fighting this hard. He's managed to erase a big deficit, and we're officially in a toss-up now. Clean slate for both of them. Lancer secures another round from the ramp and now takes a 1-round lead. The seed gap is basically irrelevant at this stage. And just like that, Havoc claws back to a stalemate. He's been putting up some huge numbers today, including a 25-7 run. Havoc edges back into the lead at 8-7. It's a familiar sight, just like their previous set on Dunes. What a fight! Both players were hammered in that exchange, but he manages to scrape through for another win. He catches Lancer off the ramp to keep this run rolling. It's a tough afternoon for the 29th seed. He's completely taking over now, extending his current run to 5 straight. He's clearly in the form of his life today. Lancer puts a stop to that momentum with a quick burst to his head. An effortless shot to put him just 1 step away from victory. Lancer manages to hold his ground with a sharp reflex to stay alive. Digs deep again, managing to secure another win from the ramp. A completely different series than the one we expected pre-match. Absolute perfection to close it out. Havoc secures the final kill to take the series. Lancer put up a hell of a fight to keep this one interesting, but he just couldn't close the door. He's definitely going to be thinking about those missed opportunities. Tough loss for Lancer. Havoc has a crushing 69% win rate in their historical meetings. It's clear he's the heavy favorite here, but Mist already has an early lead. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going. He's just not letting up. That's a complete shutout so far. He's normally the dominant force in their head-to-head history. A fast reaction from Havoc to get back into this. The experience gap usually shows up early in these bouts. He's refusing to go away, closing the gap to just 1 round. The pressure is starting to mount for Mist. Mist holds a solid 2-round cushion heading into this. Definitely not the typical outcome we expect from this pair. A perfect response here as he wipes the slate clean to bring the score to 4-3. The higher seeded player is starting to find his footing. Completely enthused as he secures another round to level things up at 4-4. The gap in their ladders hasn't mattered one bit so far. Absolutely effortless, he's now taking control of the map with that 3rd straight win. The momentum shift is looking permanent for the favorite. He's just on a different level right now, moving into a commanding 2-round lead. A total reversal from how this whole match started. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that brawl with a sliver of health to keep the streak alive. He's truly fighting for every single point today. We are at 8-4 going into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated seeing. Havoc is comfortably ahead and looks sharp as he heads into a strong lead for the second half. Time for Mist to find an answer. That was a quick exchange on the Tetris. And now Mist has a tiny bit of wind in his sails. He's fighting to keep the deficit manageable. That was an effortless trade for the favorite, who looks completely unfazed. Havoc has put up a phenomenal 26-7 record in the last day. It's a stark contrast to how Mist has struggled recently, but he's still showing a lot of grit. Let's see if he can actually mount a comeback here. He shuts down the attempt, picking Mist right off the box to reclaim the lead. A brutal reality check for the underdog right now. Absolutely ruthless as soon as he spotted that target on the box, putting him on the verge of victory. Game over. He shuts the door with one final shot to claim the victory. He just looks too sharp today, capping off a dominant performance to keep those historical numbers moving in his direction. Mist is carrying a lot of confidence into this one after taking their previous duel 13-11. It's an interesting shift because Lancer usually holds the historical edge in their head-to-head. We'll see if Lancer can find a way to flip the script here. Lancer clinches a lead with a tight 2-1 advantage. The number 30 player is looking sharp early on. Lancer is completely in control now, putting together a 3-round tear. Mist answers back quickly to keep this close. Lancer definitely needs to shake off that difficult run of form. Back on even ground now with a 3-3 deadlock. He has had a tough run of games in this event. Momentum has completely shifted and Mist is now firmly in the driver's seat. He's playing with a lot of confidence after a tough 15-19 days so far. What a scramble. Lancer barely clings to life there, securing the round by the skin of his teeth. Mist pushes forward to a slim 5-4 lead. Lancer has a rough stretch behind him with that 925 record today. Mist is currently operating at a higher level than he has all day. It's impressive to see him put this together considering he's been fighting an uphill battle in his last 10. Lancer needs to figure out how to break this sequence before it spirals. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected to see. Both players have trade-off streaks, so it's anyone's game from here. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer grabs the edge, moving ahead 7-6. This a strong response for a player currently at rank 30. Lancer is pulling away, now leading by 2. Lancer is finally starting to look like the favorite in this rivalry. That was an incredibly fast reaction, just a flash of the screen and the round is over. We are all squared up at 8 apiece. He's definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Lancer just snatched a precarious 1-round advantage. That head-to-head history is really starting to weigh in. Mist has to find a way to disrupt this flow, or Lancer is going to cruise to the finish line. Lancer holds a thin lead, sitting at 10 apiece. A solid read on the opponent there to keep the game alive. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now. He's just 2 steps away from closing this out. That was an arrow escape for the lead. Lancer shuts down the rally and moves within striking distance of the win. The favorite is really struggling to find a way back into this. He's showing some real grit here, keeping his hopes alive as Lancer sits 1 away from victory. Absolutely effortless. Mist refuses to go down easy, clawing his way back into this game. And that's it. Lancer closes the door on this series and takes the win. A huge result here, especially after how Lancer has been struggling today. He just couldn't let the momentum slip away. What a fight. Havoc enters this series with a dominant 71% win rate against his opponent. So it's surprising to see him start slow given his massive historical advantage. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can actually capitalize on this early lead. Lancer shuts him down on the ramp to maintain this effortless surge. Quite the turnaround from his recent struggles today. Absolutely untouchable right now, making it the perfect start to the set. His recent struggles today are completely gone. He finds another clean shot from the ramp to extend his lead. Purely an uphill battle for the 10th ranked player right now. He puts an end to that run with a crisp headshot. A nice reminder of who actually holds the higher rank here. Lancer just reads him perfectly, catching him right as he tries to push from the ramp. Lancer really looks locked in despite that recent deficit. Havoc just can't get his feet under him, getting picked off again in a rapid exchange on the ramp. Havoc manages to hold that window spot and keeps himself in the fight. Lancer is just too quick right now, catching Havoc as he tries to push from the ramp. Lancer is playing with incredible confidence despite that rough 9:25 run today. Havoc has been on a tear with 26 wins today. It's clear that the higher rated player is finally starting to find some traction. If he can string together another couple of rounds, this lead for Lancer might evaporate quickly. Lancer takes a substantial 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's putting up a huge fight against someone who usually beats him most of the time. We're staring at a potential shock result here. Lancer is just outclassing him right now, cleaning him up off that box to widen the gap. A shocking reversal from the usual outcomes between these two. Lancer is practically teleporting across his screen, ending this round in less than a second. Lancer holds his ground to clear the ramp, putting himself just a single round away from victory. A complete nightmare start for the favorite in this set. Unbelievable. Lancer secures the final kill to wrap up this entire series. Just a total shutdown from someone who's usually at a massive disadvantage against him. He looked like a completely different player today. Havoc has dominated this rivalry long term with 363 total wins, but we're seeing him enter this game on the back of a tough loss. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake that off and reclaim his usual control over this matchup. Absolutely outclassed. Mist is just tearing through the early stage of this set. He's completely untouchable right now, putting a huge gap between them. Another rapid fire for Mist, who is just completely taking over this server. Havoc finally answers back after a rough opening, keeping the fight alive. He really seems to have the upper hand in the top quartile. Havoc is coming in with a massive 26-7 record from today. It's a huge contrast to Mist, who has really struggled to find consistency in his recent matches. The pressure is on him to hold this lead before things slip away. He's completely rewritten the script here, taking 4 straight to claw his way back into this contest. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us dead even. Mist manages to pull him off the wine and regains the lead. He is certainly making his opponent work for every single round today. Mist holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, he's definitely playing like a man who doesn't care about the rankings. He has completely ignored the head-to-head history to put himself in a great spot. Let's see if the momentum shifts. He's showing some serious grit here, securing a fast, clean kill to keep this fight going. He's definitely proving why the oddsmakers had him as the frontrunner. He's completely shut down any hope of a comeback, leveling the playing field at 7-7. Mist noses ahead again, reclaiming the 8-7 advantage. He's really shaking off those recent losses to keep his head in this. Mist is pulling away now, leading by 2. A real statement win given the overall gap between these two. Total shutout for that round. He's just completely relentless right now. He just cannot be slowed down, extending that streak to 4. Havoc gets a fast response here, getting a clean look at the head. A lightning fast reaction from Mist to put him just 1 round away from victory. Game over. Mist closes it out with an incredible display of speed to seal the victory. He really stepped up today, putting an end to that long drought against one of his toughest rivals. Lancer comes out swinging with a strong first round, taking control from the ramp. Lancer holds a slim edge in their head-to-head history over 1,800 matches. You know, he's clearly feeling a lot of confidence after winning their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find an answer for him now. Incredible. Mist just barely scraped through that fight to knock him off the ramp. The higher seed is finally starting to show his class. Lancer's now staring down a massive 3-1 lead. Lancer is putting on a mirroring performance from their previous series. Mist holds that high ground and manages to pull this right back to a tie. He's definitely looking for redemption after that narrow defeat on Junes. Mist is on fire right now, using that ramp to completely swing the momentum of this set. He's looking way more comfortable than he was in his last series against Havoc. The momentum has completely shifted. Mist is just outclassing him right now. He is simply out of reach right now, securing a flawless fourth in a row. Lancer answers back quickly to keep the deficit to a single round. This is definitely the match we expected from these two. Mist is really taking advantage of the height here, putting some distance between himself and Lancer. Mist has really shaken off that loss from earlier today. Mist barely edges ahead with a thin 1 round lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to even things up. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. And honestly, this is playing out exactly as we hoped. Both of these players are basically identical in skill on red line, so a close score line makes total sense. Lancer needs a spark here. Lancer is playing extremely tight right now, keeping this series almost completely deadlocked. He really struggled to keep those games clean against Havoc earlier. What a brawl. Both players traded heavy damage, but Lancer manages to survive that chaotic scrap to even the score. Lancer is really finding his stride at this critical juncture. He takes the lead back with a crisp shot from the ramp, marking 3 straight. He's completely in control, using that ramp again to secure a 4th straight victory. He's really making the most of his recent form. Lancer looks completely unstoppable now, picking up a 5th straight round without breaking a sweat. The momentum is purely on his side right now. Unbelievable, Mist survives a brutal slugfest to finally halt that streak. That was a desperate hold to stay in the hunt. He shuts him down quickly from the ramp, proving he's not folding under the pressure. His confidence is completely gone after that high point stretch. What a finish! Mist clings to life and drags himself across the line to lock this game at a dead heat. The slight favorite has truly clawed his way back into this. Absolute mayhem in that exchange, but Lancer barely survives to reclaim the lead. Lancer is definitely finding his composure after those close calls. Hard stopping both players were nearly spent, but Lancer just barely outlasts him to put himself 1 point away from victory. Grueling firefight ends with Mist still standing, refusing to let the match slip away. What a way to seal it. Lancer finishes the job with a perfectly timed shot to close out the game. He really clawed back from the brink to keep his head high. Mist played out of his mind tonight, but he just couldn't shut down the momentum. What a fight. What a wild start. Havoc survives an absolute slugfest to take the first point. Havoc has a huge lead in their head-to-head history. I mean, he's won 71% of their encounters over the years. It's interesting because Lancer managed to take their most recent bout in a total blowout, so he'll be desperate to prove that was a sign of things to come. He's showing some real grit here, shutting down the momentum and keeping his health perfect. A quick response from the underdog to stay in this. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic scramble on the ramp, clutching a win with a sliver of health. Lancer is making his case for being more than just the underdog. Goodness, that was a nail-biter. He claws back to a tie with just a handful of health left. The high seat is looking very vulnerable right now. A strong response from the favorite to reclaim the lead. Lancer really wanted to keep that momentum from their last meeting. Lancer refuses to go away, leveling the scoreboard at 4 apiece. The momentum has shifted completely since the start of this match. Lancer is showing an incredible amount of poise to take a lead in the series. He's really putting the pressure on the top seed. Lancer is simply taking over right now, claiming another clean victory to keep the surge going. Havoc gets a quick answer here, keeping things close as they approach the break. That quick reaction time keeps things wide open as we hit the break. Lancer holds a 7-5 advantage going into the break. I mean, this is a shocker given how usually one-sided their head-to-head history is. The lower-ranked player is actually in control right now. Time for a total reset. What a heart-stopping scramble. He somehow clawed through that damage to keep his lead alive. The sheer aggression from the underdog is staggering right now. He's showing some serious guts to keep this contest viable. A remarkably clean finish to get his momentum back. Lancer manages to pick him off the ramp, continuing this tenacious push. The pressure is mounting for the top-seeded player. Lancer looks completely untouchable right now, securing another effortless round to widen the gap. The favorite is clearly struggling to find an answer. He manages to outlast the trade and keeps the surge rolling. A total nightmare scenario for the higher rated seed. He shuts down that run with another efficient pick. Lancer had a really strong run of games leading up to this. Lancer secures a huge advantage from the ramp, and now he's just one step from the finish line. It is almost unheard of to see a gap like this in their matchups. Absolute insanity! He survives by a single point of health to close it out and secure the victory. He's just completely rewriting the history books tonight, continuing his run of form against a top-tier opponent. Havoc has historically been a much stronger opponent, winning 69% of their lifetime meetings, but he stepped into this match on a tough losing skid. It will be interesting to see if he can reverse that trend today. What a scramble. He barely edges out the victory in a total firefight. He's taking full control of the map now, picking up his third straight victory. Unbelievable! He barely survives that chaotic exchange to keep his streak alive. A huge contrast to that match they just played on Italy P. And there's a response. He's showing some real grit to claw back into this. It's a surprising turn for the heavy favorite right now. He's refusing to let this match slide, continuing a strong push to close the gap. The momentum shift is real for the underdog right now. Havoc quickly reclaimed the advantage, using that ramp for a clean sideline to get the win. He's looking much more comfortable than he did in his previous few games. He secures the advantage from the Tetris, stubbornly chipping away at that early deficit. The target's shifting, but Mist is holding his ground. Havoc is really making the most of his day, putting up a 25-8 record over the last 24 hours. That's a huge swing from the struggle he had in his earlier matches. Now he just needs to keep this lead stable through the end of the set. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's exactly what we anticipated. The higher rated player is firmly in control, though Mist is staying within striking distance. Fresh side, fresh start. Havoc was way too fast there, shutting down Mist right off the Tetris. He's firmly seated in that upper half of the ladder. Havoc is cruising now with a dominant 9-5 lead. A huge contrast to the result they had together on Italy P. Incredible, he survives a total war from the ramp with practically nothing left in the tank. That is a terrifyingly small margin to survive with. He's just too sharp right now, rolling to 4 in a row. He is simply outclassing his opponent in every exchange. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and he somehow survives with a sliver of health left to reach match point. It is just an insane amount of luck to walk away from that. A strong response from Mist to keep himself in the fight. Necessary stop for the underdog right as the pressure peaks. What a way to end it. He finishes that brutal exchange to claim the victory. He's really finding his rhythm today. And a dominant showing like this should put those recent losses behind. What a scrap. Both players traded heavy damage, but Lancer just barely claws out the first one. Incredible. He hangs on by a thread to even things up at 1 apiece. Lancer has certainly been the more dominant force in their recent meetings. Mist is currently taking control of this server, but is fighting against some heavy historical odds. Lancer has fundamentally owned this matchup across nearly 2,000 encounters. We'll see if Mist can finally break that psychological wall. He's just completely unstoppable right now, securing another quick burst to build a significant gap. Absolutely effortless. He's now staring down a 5-round streak as Lancer is left reeling. Lancer answers back quickly with a crisp headshot to stop the momentum. This is a mirror match in terms of their ladder position. Mist is just cruising along with a commanding 6-2 lead. Lancer had the upper hand in their most recent series. Lancer is coming into this session with a lot of momentum after winning 4 of his last 10 matches. It stands in stark contrast to Mist, who has struggled to find consistency lately. We need to see if that confidence allows Lancer to close this gap further. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. The two are almost identical on the leaderboard right now. Mist holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. Well, he's putting the pressure on as expected, especially after that 5-round streak. Lancer is lagging behind a bit, but he's survived a few tough spots. Fresh start for both players. Mist is just running away with this, leading 9-4. Lancer has a tendency to start strong, though he's falling behind here. Mist is just dismantling him. Now, sitting at a huge 10-4. The head-to-head records look a lot different than this series. Lancer is finally putting up some resistance, making sure Mist doesn't just coast to the finish. Unbelievable. He barely escapes that chaos, surviving the brutal exchange with just a sliver of health. That was a nail-biter, but he managed to keep his composure. Another fast one for him, leaving the opponent completely stunned. That was an incredibly clean execution. Game over. He closes it out with a total shutdown to secure the series victory. He's completely flipped the script on that head-to-head history, just absolutely owning the server today. Havoc comes out swinging with a fast start, catching Lancer right there on the wine. What a scramble, both players were shaking, but Lancer manages to clutch out the win and tie things up. Unbelievable. Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange from the wine to take the lead. Lancer is on fire, securing his third straight win to take control of this match. Unexpected seeing the higher rated player struggle this early. The momentum has shifted entirely and he just walked through that round untouched. This is looking like a total reversal of their head-to-head history. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, extending his hold on this map. He's really capitalizing on that momentum from their previous encounter. Finally, a response from Havoc to slow things down. Lancer has really been struggling in his matches today. Lancer is comfortably in control despite having a significantly lower rating than his opponent. It's clear he's confident after that 13-7 victory over Havoc in their most recent head-to-head. He needs to maintain this composure to stave off the comeback. He's putting up a fight, quickly trimming the gap to 2 rounds. Lancer looks a bit rattled after those 2 quick losses. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Havoc barely survives that war of attrition to close the gap to just 1. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, the favorite is really struggling to find answers here. He's fighting an uphill battle after giving up a 5-round streak earlier in the map. Time for the reset. Lancer looked completely locked in there, picking him off from the wine to build on that lead. Lancer is really fighting through a rough 24-hour stretch today. Havoc has been on an absolute tear today with a 24-8 record over the last 24 hours. Well, the problem is that those results aren't translating into this series. He's just not finding a way to close the gap against Lancer right now. A very efficient sequence there to bring the score to 6-10. Lancer has been dealing with a tough slate of games today. Lancer's holding a solid lead, sitting pretty at 10-7. A rough slide for Lancer, especially after a tough afternoon so far. Lancer is just refusing to let Havoc build any real momentum here. The gap is widening. Both players are just trading rounds back and forth now. The tension is really building. Lancer's been really fighting an uphill climb throughout his day. Lancer pulls ahead again, and he is now just 1 round away from securing the win. The pressure is really mounting on the higher rated player. Absolutely lethal. He shuts the door on this series with a perfect shot to seal the map. He's completely rewritten the script today. Havoc has traditionally dominated this rivalry, but he just couldn't find an answer for that speed. Mist takes an early lead by playing the ramp, putting the pressure on Havoc right from the start. Havoc answers right back with a quick kill from the ramp to level things up. Looking at the head-to-head, this is exactly where the favorite wants to be. Havoc is just reading him right now, consistently finding the angle from the ramp to build a lead. The historical dominance in this matchup is starting to show. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. Havoc has been considerably more active throughout the day. Havoc grabs the momentum, edging ahead 3-2. He's looking very sharp after a strong 24-9 run today. Havoc has historically won 69% of their encounters. It's clear why the odds favor him coming into this. I'm curious if Mist has the mental fortitude to shake this off before the lead grows any further. That's just relentless, as he takes another clean fight from the ramp to extend this lead. A huge hill for the lower rated player to climb from here. He's simply on another level right now, putting 4 straight rounds on the board. Unbelievable. Mist barely survives the exchange and scrapes by with a tiny bit of health. That was a desperate scramble to stay alive. The fight for the ramp was a stalemate, but Havoc had the faster reaction to secure this one. The gap in the ratings is certainly making itself felt. Mist is staying aggressive, catching Havoc while he's trying to hold that ramp angle. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, everything is going exactly as the numbers suggested. He has an edge right now, and he'll need to keep this steady pace if he wants to close this out quickly. Let's see if Mist can rally. A fast reaction there, and he's showing some real grit to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly making his presence felt in the second half. Mist has been struggling to find his footing today, coming off a 15-18 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle, not just against Havoc, but against his own recent form. He really needs to secure a few more rounds to flip the script here. Havoc is staying in control, leading 9-7. That was a remarkably clean exchange. He keeps charging forward, picking his opponent right off the ramp to narrow the gap. Incredible. Havoc clutched that out from the wine box, walking away with a minuscule amount of health. Just goes to show the depth of experience he's bringing to the server. Havoc is really putting the squeeze on here, securing 3 of the last 4 exchanges. He's definitely playing like the higher rated man today. He just puts a huge stamp on this series and moves to match point. Pure precision from the top of the round. What a way to end it. Havoc shuts the door with an absolute breeze of a final round. Emotion high, a very clean finish for the higher seeded man who just looked too composed in the clutch. Emotion high. Welcome everyone! We've got Mist and Lancer facing off on Mapas to see who can climb the ranks today. Lancer holds a small overall lead in their massive history of over 1,800 encounters, but Mist is the one who took their most recent match quite handily. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that streak going today. Mist is absolutely dominating the early half of this set. Both players are sitting right next to each other on the ladder. We'll be right back with more action from Mapas after a very quick technical timeout. Alright folks, we are back in the action on Mapas with Mist leading 2-0. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to keep the perfect start alive. Lancer has usually been the one on top in this rivalry. Unreal, he claws back the round after an absolute war of attrition, surviving with just a sliver of health. He really found a way to scrap through that one. He's showing a lot of grit now, putting together a second straight victory to stay in this. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Mist takes control again, pushing his lead 4-2. Coming off a rough outing against Havoc, he looks sharp right now. Lancer responds with a total shutout here, showing some serious poise to keep his hopes alive. He's keeping this series very close indeed. Mist is currently sitting at a 46% win rate on this particular map, and honestly that slight statistical edge is starting to translate into a real lead for him. He is effectively utilizing his knowledge of these angles to keep Lancer on the back foot. I wonder if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that. He's on a tear right now, securing another effortless round to widen the gap. Another quick victory here as he maintains a complete stranglehold on this series. Mist takes a heavy lead at 9-3. This is far more one-sided than anyone expected from these two. That 5-round run really broke the momentum and left Lancer struggling to find any footing. Lancer needs to wake up now. Mist just can't be stopped, extending his lead to 10-3. The ranking difference is almost non-existent, but he's playing like the superior man. Lancer is just completely out of options here. He can't seem to get a single shot off before Mist shuts him down. What an absolute brawl. Lancer barely comes out alive in a frantic trade of shots. Completely clean exchange here, and now Mist is just one step away from the victory. What a finale. He barely clings on for dear life to secure the map victory. He's really starting to tilt the scales in this rivalry, putting together a massive statement victory today. Havoc enters this one with a massive head-to-head advantage, having won over 70% of their lifetime meetings. I mean, he definitely has the mental edge here. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can repeat the success he had in their most recent encounter. Havoc's now commanding a slim lead at 2-1. He's looking sharp after a productive day of play. Havoc really capitalized on that height advantage from the ramp to keep the pressure on. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that 11:23 day. He's just on another level right now, taking full control of this opening stretch. Just shows why he holds that higher spot on the ladder. He is simply untouchable right now, securing a 5th straight round victory. A very tough spot for Lancer to be in as the ranked 27th seed. He is absolutely rolling right now, moving to a 6-1 lead. His current form mirrors that a few hours ago against Mist. Simply a wall of precision, extending that streak to 6. Everything is shifting in his favor after a solid 24-8 run today. The momentum is just staggering as he secures another effortless round. He's playing exactly like the favorite right now. He secures another victory from the heaven. Now 8 on the bounce. A complete turnaround from their last outing together. Lancer puts up a fight and manages to clear the Tetris as we head toward the break. A critical stop that halts any threat of a total collapse. Havoc heads into the break with a huge 10-2 advantage. Well, it's a total mirror of the pre-match evaluation. He's outplayed Lancer completely and is just 3 rounds away from closing this out. Let's see if Lancer can rally. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle here, but is yet to find a way to keep his head above water. Quick exchange there, and the lead extends once more. Emotion high. He puts on a total clinic here to reclaim control and move within a single round of victory. Emotion high. Lancer gets a piece of the action here and refuses to go down without a fight. A fast exchange there, showing he can still trade shots. Boom. Havoc secures the final blow to wrap up this series in style. Emotion high is really putting on a clinic today, making it look easy while he keeps this hot streak alive. Emotion high. Havoc has an incredibly strong grip on this rivalry, having won about 69% of their total matchups. That psychological edge is clearly playing a role here, especially after Havoc took their most recent duel. We'll see if Mist can find a way to flip the script today. Mist is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's really having to dig deep against a higher rated opponent. Mist shuts the door from the ramp, taking complete control of this series. Things are looking very different than their last encounter on Fast Aim. A quick response from Havoc to stay within striking distance. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on securing that victory right from the ramp. He's really looking sharp today with a 25-8 record so far. Unbelievable. Mist barely survives that encounter, managing to knock Havoc off the ramp with a sliver of health left. Mist is really putting on a clinic here, claiming another quick round as Havoc drops from the ramp. He simply refuses to back down, securing his third straight victory to take a commanding lead. The momentum has completely shifted from that previous clash on Fast Aim. That is a complete shutdown, putting him in a deep hole as he extends this run to 4. Havoc cleans up from the boxes to keep the score at 7-4. The higher ranked player is finally showing some teeth here. Mist takes a big lead at 8-4. Honestly, we are seeing a complete reversal of the usual script. Havoc typically controls this matchup, but he looks completely rattled right now. Let's see if Havoc wakes up. What an absolute nail-biter. Mist survives by a thread after that chaotic trade to keep the lead at 9-4. A rough set of results for the higher ranked player so far. Mist is just relentless from that ramp, putting some serious distance between himself and his opponent. Quite a turn of events for the rank 13 seed. Havoc holds his ground on the ramp, managing to claw a bit of momentum back. Looking at the total head-to-head, he still holds a massive lead. Havoc is really lighting it up today with a 25-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum back into this game. He's finally starting to close the gap on Mist. He's completely on fire now, putting together a 3-round run to claw back into this. The skill gap between the two is starting to show. He is absolutely refusing to let this match slip away, securing another straight victory. Mist answers back immediately, putting an end to that run. The pressure is mounting on the top seed. He just tightened his grip and puts himself one step away from victory. A total flip from the initial projections. Absolute perfection to close it out. Mist takes the series right here. He really fought back from those low health scares to settle the score after that previous loss on Fast Aim. Lancer holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history with a 51% win rate over these thousands of rounds. You know, it's interesting because Mist actually walked away with a bit of a blowout in their most recent meeting. He'll be eager to prove that trend continues today. Lancer just takes the lead, putting Mist on the back foot. The lower ranked player is holding his own early on. Lancer is putting on a real clinic early here, quickly piling up the wins. He's just too sharp right now, extending his lead to 4-1. The early favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. He's just unstoppable, racking up 4 straight to seize total control of the match. A total turnaround from that dominant win earlier today. Unreal. He barely escapes that exchange with his life, just barely extending his streak to 5. Mist finally manages to answer back, clawing his way back into the game. He's showing that same composure from their previous meeting. Lancer has really shaken off a difficult day after going 11-23 over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's found a second wind here, while Mist is struggling to keep the pace. We have to see if this momentum can carry him to a double-digit lead. He's back in total control, surging ahead with another effortless victory. A tough stretch for the presumed favorite today. Lancer takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, we expected these two to be neck and neck based on their map history, but Lancer is just outplaying him right now. He's completely shifted the energy of this series. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-3. He needs a few more of these to shift the tide. Mist claws another one back to make it 4-10. He's fighting to get back to that 13-4 form from their previous clash. He's not slowing down, securing a 3rd straight point to keep the pressure on. He's definitely putting that ladder advantage to use. He's simply on fire right now, claiming another seamless victory to reach 4 straight. The shift in pace is undeniable after that sluggish start. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he barely walks away with a sliver of health to extend his run to 5. Lancer puts an end to the struggle here, moving within 2 of the finish line. He's showing a lot more confidence than when he faced Havoc earlier. Mist is tightening the grip here, keeping his focus sharp. That's another fast one for Mist, who is refusing to let this game slip away. He's really putting that favorite status to the test now. Lancer shuts things down instantly, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. The momentum has completely shifted since the half. What a frantic finish. Lancer survives the chaos to secure the final point and close out the game. He really found his form at the perfect time to get some revenge for that earlier loss today. Wow, what a fight. Lancer just barely clings to life to take the opening round. Havoc has really owned this matchup historically, winning over 70% of their head-to-head battles. It's clear that the psychological advantage is firmly on his side today. Lancer will need a strong start to shake that history. Havoc is absolutely rolling right now, picking up his third straight victory. Lancer really needs to shake off that rough 12-23 run from earlier. He's simply untouchable right now, making the climb to 4 straight look effortless. Lancer answers back immediately with a sharp reflex, showing some real grit to stop the slide. A huge confidence boost for the under. That was a complete slugfest, but he manages to outlast the exchange to secure another round. He's really tightening up on the trigger. What a turnaround. He completely wipes the slate clean to bring this set level. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. Havoc recovers his footing quickly to regain a narrow lead. He's definitely playing like the higher rated player right now. Totally clean shot to bring the score level at 5-5. The pressure is really starting to mount for the heavy favorite. Havoc edges ahead again to hold a thin 6-5 lead. The higher ranked player is really starting to exert his will. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. Lancer is fighting hard to keep the gap small, but the top seed is simply too consistent. Let's see who hits their shots first. Havoc has been on a tear today with a 24-9 record over the last 24 hours. It's a completely different story for Lancer, who has been struggling to get any momentum going. He's really going to have to find the gear he hasn't shown yet to stay in this. Another seamless finish for Havoc, who is simply overpowering his opponent right now. The gap in their ladder ranking is becoming very apparent. Lancer manages to claw back one more, keeping his hopes alive. He's fighting hard to bridge that ranking gap today. Havoc pushes his lead to 10-7 with a dominant play. Lancer is showing a lot more confidence than in their last meeting. Havoc is really putting on the pressure now, steadily pulling away from Lancer. He takes control of the exchange and puts himself just one shot away from victory. Lancer is just completely out of steam at the worst possible time. Unbelievable. Lancer just pulled off a wild knife kill to stay in this absolutely wild way to shut that door. Lancer manages to hold his ground and secure another victory, refusing to let the set end quickly. He's putting up a real fight to keep this match alive. Game over. Havoc secures the final kill to close out the series. He really leaned on that head-to-head experience to put this one away. Lancer put up a fight, but he just couldn't find the edge. Havoc looks sharp early on, securing that first one from the ramp. Mist is responding quickly, managing to shut Havoc down while he was pushed up on the ramp. Mist is taking full control of the pace here, effectively shutting down Havoc's early momentum. He's really fighting the historical trend of these meetings. Absolute fireworks from both sides on the ramp, but Mist comes out on top to claim a third straight. His higher rating isn't helping him reclaim control here. A quick response here, keeping the scoreline tight. He's showing why he holds that higher spot on the ladder. A dead heat now as we enter round 6. The higher rated player is really starting to exert himself. Mist edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round lead. His recent win over Havoc on red line gives him a huge confidence boost. He really owned that ramp battle, pushing the lead to 2 games. Despite that historical dominance, Havoc is looking quite vulnerable here. That's another one. He's completely overwhelmed his opponent right now. Desperate scrap of a round, but he manages to claw another one back. The heavy favorite is finally starting to find an answer. That was a real slugfest right there on the ramp, but Mist managed to come out on top. He is really making the most of his 15-18 record today. Mist holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break. He's completely ignored the script today. We expected Havoc to cruise through this, but the underdog is simply outplaying him right now. Time for Havoc to wake up. Havoc usually owns this matchup with a victory rate near 70%. It's just surprising to see the higher rated player struggle this much. He's really failing to find any response to this onslaught. Mist is just too fast today, picking him right off that toolbox before Havoc could even react. Mist is simply cruising now with a 4-round cushion. His 24-9 run today shows he's definitely playing at a higher level. Mist is just a few steps away from closing this out. He is really putting on a show tonight. The rankings definitely didn't predict this level of dominance. Havoc is finally picking up some speed, putting a dent in that big lead. Mist puts him away instantly from the ramp, moving just one more round away from victory. A lightning fast exchange to put the pressure back on. What a finish. Mist secures the final kill from the wine box to close out the series. He just completely dismantled the favorites' game plan and proved those rankings wrong today. Lancer currently leads their head-to-head record with 965 wins. But that long history might not mean much given the rough patch he's been on today. I want to see if he can reset after that opening loss. Mist is really finding their groove, pushing ahead 2-1. That was a lightning fast exchange. Unreal. He barely survives that trade, eventually taking Lancer off the wine with a tiny sliver of health. Mist is just relentless, now leading the series 3-2. Lancer strikes back, bringing us death even at 3-all. Lancer is playing with a lot of confidence after that Blame Dunes victory. Mist has a thin lead right now, but we're seeing these rounds fly by in a heartbeat. The slightly favored player is putting that advantage to use. A frantic exchange there, and he closes out the victory despite nearly getting shut down. The surge is real as he continues to tear through the competition with a third straight win. He's showing a lot of grit, claiming another round to keep this comeback alive. A much needed answer for him to get back in this. Mist is currently sitting at a 51% win rate on this map. So yeah, he's proving that he can hold his own in these specific encounters. It will be interesting to see if he can push this momentum into a double-digit lead. Mist holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected a close match to play out. Lancer needs to tighten up his game if he wants to close this gap. Lancer is refusing to fade away, shutting that exchange down completely to narrow the gap. A really clean stop there to stay within striking distance. He is completely erasing that early deficit, bringing us back to a deadlock at 7-all. A complete shift in energy as we head into the final stretch. Lancer is on fire now, taking full control of this series as he pushes into a lead. The momentum has completely flipped in his favor. He simply doesn't let up, quickly picking Mist off the wine to extend his run. He's practically untouchable now, securing another win to stay in total control. Mist responds instantly to stop that slide, keeping his hopes alive. He's really showing why the odds were in his favor today. He's showing a lot of heart, quickly picking up a second straight to keep this fight alive. He's fighting back hard after that earlier struggle against Sinner. He is absolutely tearing through the competition now, erasing the lead to bring us back to a dead heat. A complete shutdown as he moves within one round of a potential victory. Mist puts on a clinic from the wine to lock the series back at 11-all. Neither of these two is giving an inch today. Lancer is showing incredible resolve, putting himself just one step away from victory. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite here. What a way to force it. He holds that high ground on the wine to push this match into overtime. He just won't back down, clawing back the lead in this intense overtime scrap. Absolutely lethal timing. Top and reclaim the lead. Squeezing out every bit of value from that duel. Absolutely ruthless efficiency to shut that down, putting him on the brink of victory. Just a complete deadlock of the opponent's momentum. He just keeps fighting, shutting down that attempt and keeping the dream alive. What a stunning conclusion. Mist storms back to seize the victory in a completely one-sided final clash. Lancer put up a hell of a fight to force those extra rounds, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Havok starts things off strong, catching Lancer right as he pushed up the ramp. Havok has won 71% of their career matches against this opponent, which creates a massive psychological advantage. He's certainly bringing that historical confidence into these opening rounds. Now the real test is if Lancer can find any way to disrupt this flow. Lancer is really starting to take control of the pace here, securing that ramp position to even things up. The underdog is fighting back hard after that last series loss. Absolute chaos in this trade. Havok manages to scrape through the mess and reclaim a narrow lead. His 22-10 record today proves he's in top form. Lancer is not letting him breathe, catching Havok right as he tried to hold that ramp position. He's really shaking off that tough 11-23 run from earlier today. What an unbelievable escape. He barely survived that exchange with the skin of his teeth. That high receipt status is certainly showing right now. Lancer has really been struggling lately, posting a poor 11-23 record today. That lack of confidence is starting to show in his movement. It's making this an uphill climb for him to shut down Havok's current momentum. Lancer is putting on some serious pressure right now, denying Havok that ramp advantage to get things completely level. Lancer is on fire, putting an end to that run by knocking Havok off the ramp. A huge swing for the lower rated player in this series. Lancer holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. This is a huge surprise given how much higher ranked Havoc is. Lancer looks completely unfazed by his opponent's history and is pushing for a real upset. Havoc comes through with a crisp shot, taking Lancer right off the ramp to close the gap. It's an interesting contrast, given the rank gap between these two. We are deadlocked at 7, all in a thriller. It's almost hard to believe he's sitting in the bottom half of the ladder. Lancer edges ahead by 1 in this nail-biter. Lancer is definitely playing above his usual level today. Lancer has the wind in his sails now and is making quick work of those ramp attempts. Lancer is playing with zero fear despite their history together. Lancer maintains a slim lead, holding on at 9-8. A high-stakes battle considering Lancer is currently ranked 28. The tide is shifting back to Havoc now. He's putting himself in a great spot to take the lead. Havoc is looking much more like the favorite now. Goodness! That was far too close, but he somehow scrapes by to take his third in a row. Unreal how he managed to squeeze out that final kill. He answers right back to keep things completely even. A total reset of the board here. Lancer has really let the door open here, letting Havoc reclaim a vital cushion as we head into the final stretch. Completely untouched shot to put him just 1 win away from the victory. Lancer keeps his hopes alive, picking Havoc off the ramp to narrow the gap. A sudden shift in momentum for the underdog. Lancer is completely untouchable right now, forcing this match into a sudden death overtime. Pure nerves coming into this final stretch. Havoc is really tightening his grip on the series with that rapid-fire reaction. A lightning-fast response to seize the lead. Havoc secures the advantage from the boxes, putting a lot of pressure on Lancer to find a response. He's looking very comfortable, moving back into the driver's seat. He's simply on another level right now, taking a third straight round from the ramp. The gap in experience is really showing through here. Lancer is refusing to go down, securing a huge round to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly fast exchange to snap the streak. Lancer proves he's not backing down, securing another win from the ramp to keep this duel alive. Lancer is really proving he belongs in this bracket tonight. He's just refusing to break, barely surviving that desperate brawl to take a huge lead in the series. Simply unbelievable, a grit and grind fight to get this equal. Havoc claws back to a 16-15 lead. Havoc pushes the lead to 17-15, totally dominating the flow. Havoc just barely keeps his nose ahead at 17-16. A gritty performance from the man currently sitting 28. Havoc extends his cushion to an 18-16 advantage. He is really fighting to close the gap here. Lancer stays within striking distance at 18-17. He's refused to let the door close on this one. Havoc extends his lead to 19-17 with a clinical finish. Lancer put up a hell of a fight to push this into overtime, but he just couldn't find that final blow. He nearly flipped the script today. What a match! Havoc holds a significant edge in their historical head-to-head matchups. He usually controls the pace against Mist, but we saw a different story in their very last meeting. It'll be interesting to see who settles into the lead first today. He just can't stop the bleeding, and Havoc secures another one from the ramp. A great start for the higher-rated player in this pairing. He refuses to give up, clawing back around to keep this series alive. The underdog is starting to put up a real fight. He's just completely untouchable right now, shutting down that early lead with sheer speed. Havoc is cruising with a commanding 4-2 lead. He's showing why he's the higher rated player in this duel. Havoc has been putting in some serious work today, carrying a 22-10 record through his recent matches, and honestly that momentum is clearly spilling over into this series. It looks like he's completely ignoring the scare he had in their last head-to-head. Havoc extends his grip now, leading 6-3. The ranking gap is starting to feel very real. He's showing some real grit, shutting that down instantly to close the gap further. He's completely shifted the energy, narrowing this gap to just one round. The confidence is clearly shifting toward the underdog right now. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, everything is going according to plan so far. The top seed is staying ahead, but Mist is keeping it close enough to make a run. Fresh start for both players. Havoc still holds a firm 3-round cushion here. The top 15 seed is really asserting a lot of authority. Havoc is just dominant, putting himself up 9-5. He's firmly in control, looking like the top seed we expected today. The momentum has completely flipped back as he hammers home another victory to push his lead to 10. He strikes again from the ramp to put a halt to that comeback effort. A very commanding performance from the higher rated competitor. He just breezed through this one, punishing Mist right off the boxes to put himself on match point. He's making short work of the server right now. A sudden halt to that onslaught as Mist takes the lead in this exchange. A crucial snapshot of resistance from the underdog. That's it. Havoc closes the door and secures the match. He just completely outclassed him today, putting an end to those hopes of a second upset in a row. Lancer has the historical upper hand in this rivalry with over 960 wins in their head-to-head history, but Mist has clearly shifted the momentum recently by winning their last 3 encounters. It'll be interesting to see if the long-term stats actually matter here. Mist is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. Lancer really needs this result after a tough 10-24 day. Lancer has completely turned the tide, erasing that early deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. Huge shift in energy as the momentum swings completely back to Lancer. Lancer is simply on another level right now, securing his 4th straight victory with a clean sweep. Mist answers back with a sharp sequence, keeping the deficit to a single round. He's looking really sharp for a player sitting in the middle of the pack. Lancer has put together a 10-24 run over the last day. So it's a huge confidence boost for him to be controlling the pace like this. We're seeing a real role reversal compared to how the morning started. Lancer barely edges ahead, holding a slender one-round lead. Lancer is really struggling to find a way to close this out. Lancer is distancing himself, now leading by 2. The higher rated player is currently fighting from behind. We're seeing a real tug of war here. Neither player can seem to string together a meaningful lead. He's proving why he entered this match as the... Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly the toss-up we expected to see. He's managed to keep his composure despite a rough run of losses lately. Let's see if Mist can fight back. Lancer's grip is tightening, moving 3 rounds clear. He has a historical edge and it's showing in this sequence. A quick reaction from Mist, showing some real resolve to pull this one back. The slight favorite is finally starting to find some consistency. Lancer is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Lancer is dominating, controlling the pace at 10-6. His ladder position doesn't reflect the confidence he's playing with today. He's completely taken over now, extending that run to 3 straight. It's a tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. What a chaotic scrap. He barely manages to pull through this one after both players took an absolute beating. That was a desperate fight to stay alive. Mist is starting to claw back into this, refusing to let the game slip away. He's completely on fire. That was an absolute slugfest and Mist manages to survive the carnage. A huge amount of pressure on Lancer now as his lead shrinks. Unbelievable. He simply refuses to go away, picking up another round to close the gap. Lancer shuts down the comeback attempt and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. Mist keeps the dream alive, showing incredible grit to avoid the loss for now. That was an incredibly crisp reaction to keep things moving. Absolutely electric. He forces a total deadlock, leveling the score at 12-12. Both players are now staring down the barrel of a high-stakes overtime. Lancer has a really strong head-to-head history, and it's helping him hold his nerve in this tight battle. Lancer has a similar win rate on this specific map. What a response. Mist is simply refusing to crack under the pressure, leveling this game at 13-13. Total chaos as both players refuse to back down. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, forcing a high-stakes situation as we enter these closing stages. He's simply not backing down, clawing his way back to a dead heat. Dizzying sequence of exchanges as both players refuse to blink. He barely survives that one. A brutal trade that puts Lancer just 1 step from victory. And there it is, an effortless finish to seal the deal for Lancer. He really clawed his way back from the brink to secure that one. Just an incredible show of will in overtime. What a fight. Havoc opens things up with a sharp look from the window to grab the first round. Havoc holds a massive head-to-head advantage with nearly 600 total round wins over Lancer. It's a psychological way that really seems to be playing a part in these opening exchanges. Lancer needs to find a way to break that trend quickly. He's completely in control, shutting things down from the planks for another clean win. The gap in their ratings is becoming very apparent here. He's just not letting up. Claiming another victory from the window to keep this streak alive. It's been a rough 24 hours for Lancer overall. Lancer finally answers back, picking him off the ramp to get on the board. That's a strong effort from the lower ranked player in this bracket. Lancer is really starting to claw back into this, shutting Havoc down for a second straight round. Havoc has an impressive 20-10 record over the last day. It's an immense amount of confidence to bring into this map. He's looking very comfortable as he manages to halt Lancer's brief momentum. Lancer secures the edge from the ramp, proving he's not going away quietly. He's really shaking the favorite's confidence right now. Another effortless shot to cap off the 3-round surge, bringing the score to 6-5. He's practically erased the lead entirely. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. The map is playing out exactly how we thought it would. Both players are trading hard momentum shifts, so let's see if Havoc can pull away now. Time for a fresh start. Havoc secures that one from the ramp, showing he can hold his ground even when the pressure is mounting. Lancer's had a tough day overall, struggling to find his feet. Havoc stretches his lead to 8-6 with a clutch play. Lancer has really struggled to put together a clean sequence today. He just keeps rolling, dropping the target off the ramp to reach a 3-round peak. The skill gap is starting to look like a canyon. He's simply too fast, picking off his opponent from the wine box to push this round to 4. Lancer puts a stop to the run, knocking him right off the ramp. He's trying to find some parity after that 19-17 loss earlier. Lancer stays aggressive from the ramp, showing real grit to string together another victory. Things are starting to look a lot closer than the experts predicted. Havoc puts a stop to that mini run, punishing Lancer for venturing too far into that window. He's firmly established his upper half ranking with that play. A completely effortless win for Lancer from the ramp to keep the rally going. Lancer is showing immense resolve, picking him off the wine box to keep this pressure high. Squeezing out a narrow late in terms of efficiency lately. A quick reaction from Havoc to put him within a single round of victory. Exactly what we expected from the high-seeded player here. What a response. Lancer is refusing to go down, keeping this series alive with a fast point-blank burst. And that's it. Havoc shuts the door with a final shot from the ramp to take the series. Lancer really fought for every single inch on that map, but he just couldn't close it out. He's gonna be gutted. He had to work for that. Havoc is clearly the dominant force in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 70% of their meetings. It makes that opening loss a bit more surprising given how he's usually handled Mist. Let's see if he can shut down this early momentum. Mist is just too quick. He completely erased Havoc from that elevated spot. Havoc really looked comfortable with that height advantage, just calmly picking him off. Havoc holds a slender lead at 3-2. He's continuing that hot streak from his last few series. Havoc is just relentless, putting together a 3-round tier to take complete control here. He's really living up to the favorite tag today. Wow, what a fight. He barely escapes with his life after a brutal exchange from the box. He's refusing to back down, knocking Havoc right off that box. Just a tiny bit of breathing room for the underdog now. Another swift blow from the underdog, continuing his search to keep this game competitive. Havoc is entering this stretch in exceptional form, boasting a 23-10 record over the last 24 hours. This kind of momentum makes it very hard for Mist to find a footing. Well, if he can push this lead further, we might see another quick series result. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the first half to go. He's showing that top-tier skill with a strong 4-round run to keep himself firmly in the driver's seat. Mist really needs a spark here. Havoc looks untouchable as he pushes the lead to 9-4. The top ranked player here is simply in a different gear. Havoc is staring down a double-digit lead at 10-4. His current ranking as the 13th best player is really showing here. That was a total shutdown, and he keeps the momentum rolling with an easy win. He's really playing with total confidence right now. Just an effortless finish to bring him to the edge of victory. Absolutely out of control with that quick finish. Unreal, he manages to clutch out a victory with just a sliver of health left to close out the game. He's really solidified his spot in the top 15 with a performance like that, just outclassing everything Mist threw at him. Lancer holds the head-to-head advantage with 966 career wins over Mist. He actually took their most recent duel as well, so we have to see if he can recover from a tough start to his day. Lancer is currently in the driver's seat at 2-1. He is certainly not playing like a bottom half ranked player right now. The tide has completely turned with a fast third straight for the lead. The slight favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Mist reacts quickly to clear him off the ramp. Mist needs to shake off that tough loss to Havoc from earlier. Lancer is putting on a masterclass, leading 4-2. The higher seeded player is definitely struggling to keep pace here. Lancer is putting up an 11-23 record today. It's clear he's struggling as a whole, but he's completely ignored that frustration in this specific set. He looks entirely locked in while Mist searches for a way back into this. Lancer is absolutely on fire, extending the streak to 4 straight. His 46% map win rate isn't telling the full story today. Lancer is just too fast right now, adding a 5th straight to the tally. Lancer seems to have a real handle on the matchup today. A sharp response from Mist to cut that run short. It's an interesting look for the two mid-table regulars. Lancer takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, we expected a tight fight, but he's completely run away with this early on. Mist needs to stop that bleeding fast if he wants any chance of a comeback. Let's see if Mist can reset. Mist finally claws back to make it 5-8. He's starting to find some real confidence on the server. The underdog is putting up a fight right now. He's continuing to push forward, taking another round to close the gap. He's finally playing to the level of that favorite tag. He secures the top of the ramp for another fast win, continuing this impressive surge. He's completely flipped the script on the server. Unbelievable! He manages to clear the ramp and force a deadlock at 8-8. The pressure is officially on both players now. Absolutely unstoppable right now. He secures a 5th straight to take the lead. Lancer answers back immediately, bringing the score back to a deadlock. Total stalemate between these two right now. Lancer edges ahead by a single round. Both of these veterans have really grounded out today. Lancer pulls him down from the ramp, regaining his rhythm and extending the streak to 3. He's definitely taking advantage of that rank 25 spot today. He's refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high as the gap shrinks to just 1 round. He's proving himself a formidable opponent today. Absolutely stunning. He's completely erased that early deficit to lock this series into a deadlock. He is just completely in control of this map now, moving 1 step closer to the finish. Lancer's stronger game is finally starting to fade. What a performance. Mist closes the door and secures the victory with a perfect final shot. He really dug deep to shake off those early struggles and get the result, a gritty way to end it. What a fight. Havoc enters this one with a massive lead in their head-to-head history, and honestly, it feels like he's continuing to hold a huge psychological advantage over Lancer. I wonder if Lancer can actually shake this pattern today. He finishes him from the ramp to open up a 3-0 lead. Just another look at the gap between these two on the ladder. A grit and grind exchange that ends with the underdog showing some real fight. A good sign for the man coming in as the underdog today. Totally clean shot secures another round for the trailing player. Lancer is definitely starting to look more comfortable out there. What a turnaround! He erases that entirely to bring us all the way back to a dead heat. He's definitely not letting that rank gap bother him tonight. Lancer keeps the charge going, securing a 4th straight to flip the script entirely. The pressure is really shifting onto the favorite now. And there's the answer, bringing the tally back to an even split. The form guide definitely favors Havoc right now. Havoc claims the edge once again, leading 5-4. The gap in their overall ratings is really starting to show. The composure is incredible from Lancer, who just put the score right back at a deadlock. Lancer is proving he belongs in the conversation with the top players. He's really digging in his heels, clawing back to take the lead. Lancer is playing the role of the aggressor now. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, the result is still leaning toward Havoc as the favorite, but Lancer is refusing to buckle under the pressure. He's keeping this completely competitive. Fresh start for both players here. Havoc strikes back to reclaim a slim 1-round lead. Lancer has definitely struggled more today with that 11-23 record. Havoc is currently riding a massive wave of momentum with a 23-9 record over the last day. And it's clear he's translating that confidence directly into this series. Now it's up to Lancer to find a way to break this streak. What a gritty survive. And he takes control again to put his opponent on the defensive. He's really making his status as a top 15 player felt. He just keeps hammering away, utilizing the ramp to secure yet another one. The difference in their rankings is glaring tonight. Absolute control from the favorite, moving him to the verge of victory. Lancer just can't find any air to breathe right now. Lancer secures a fast victory here, slowing down the closing momentum. A sudden spark of life from the man coming from behind. What a final shot! Havoc shuts the door and claims the series. He just continues to be a nightmare for Lancer, keeping a stranglehold on this rivalry through and through. Havoc is statistically dominant in this rivalry, taking 69% of their historical meetings. I mean, he comes in here as the clear favorite and on a huge win streak. Let's see if he can regain his composure after that opening loss. Havoc holds the lead, but Mist is fighting back. His recent form is definitely showing right now. Absolutely flawless. He's just completely owning this encounter. The rating difference is really starting to show here. A clean look from the wine to close this one out. He's definitely showing a bit more resistance than in their previous meeting. Havoc is really pulling away now with a 4-2 lead. He's staying aggressive after that strong 24-9 run today. Havoc is coming into this match as the heavy favorite with a dominant 80% win rate in his last 10 outings. And you can tell he's carrying that confidence into the server. It's putting a lot of pressure on Mist to find an answer quickly if he wants to keep this within reach. He just cannot be stopped, putting up a 4-game run to seize total control. He looks incredibly sharp coming into this tonight. He just keeps pushing the pace, raining fire down from the wine for another straight win. Another effortless victory for Havoc, extending his current streak to 6 as we head toward the break. Havoc takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. He's completely crushed the momentum here and looks far too strong for Mist to handle right now. Time to switch sides. Havoc is simply untouchable, commanding a massive 5-round cushion. He's found a way to put a temporary lead on things. Havoc is just cruising along with a 10-4 lead. He's certainly playing like the more experienced hand today. Mist is putting up a real fight here, refusing to just let this match slip away. It's a tougher fight than that earlier 13-4 blowout we saw. Unbelievable, he claws his way through that trade and somehow walks away with the round. He is playing with so much heart right now. He's on fire right now, keeping his health perfect while securing a 3rd straight win. The gap on the ladder doesn't seem to matter right now. What a turnaround! He's completely shifted the energy of this match with 4 straight points. Havoc answers back immediately, stopping that momentum dead in its tracks. He's simply too fast, securing another point and putting himself just 1 step from victory. Game over. He claws his way out of that firefight to close it all out. Mist really tried to shake things up in that second half, but he just couldn't stop the bleed when it mattered.